Good evening and welcome to tonight's City Council for March the 16th here at 7 p.m. Council Tabor was not able to make it in time. He's traveling, so he's joining by Zoom. So I would await a motion to leave the non-public session and to seal the minutes of that non-public session.
So moved. Second.
And it will need to be a roll call vote.
Okay. Assistant Mayor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Cook.
Yes.
Councillor Blaylock.
Yes.
Councillor Bagley.
Yes.
Councillor Monroe.
Yes.
Councillor Flynn.
Yes.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yes.
Okay. 8 out of 9, Your Honor.
And on
Councilor Tabor is on Zoom.
Oh, he is.
yes.
Do you want me to do it?
Councilor, can you hear us, and are you able to say that you're present?
Okay, I think we will, until he can, we're going to act as if we are missing Councilor Tabor.
Okay.
So, all right, and we have a few students behind us before, and they're shadowing us for Student Government Day. Before I ask Simon to lead us into the Pledge of Allegiance, Simon, I didn't tell you that, but I'd just like to, when I heard the news of the 6 airmen that were lost of the 135th Wing last Thursday, I didn't quite understand at first when I heard refuelers. I immediately thought of our men and women at the 157th Wing here at Pease. It's a reminder of what they do to go into harm's way on behalf of our great country. And I just want, as we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, to think of those individuals that are away from their families, away from our community, that are serving on behalf of all of us. Great job, Simon. Already better than me. So I want to just, we have the students, we have a, there's many more than are simply here, but for, what's that? Oh, we still have to seal them. And we're just going to do it until he can join. We're all in. To close the minutes, or the meeting, and the and seal the minutes of the non-public session. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We don't have Councilor Tabor yet. So I would like to first just ask the students that are here for Student Government Day to embarrass them and to stand as we applaud them. There are some shadowing us here on the council. There's some across the city government shadowing in every department. It is one of the most exciting things that we can do as a city. I want to thank again Councilor Tabor for reviving this a few years ago, and Heather and Michelle Wheeler for being such great advocates for this program year in, year out. We look forward to Thursday. It's just an opportunity to for us, and I won't speak about the opportunity for the students, but for the folks that are up here, for city staff, it is an amazing opportunity to see why it is we join or run for city council in the first place, to be a part of the future and to know what our actions are actually for, and that's the next generation. So just thank you again for being here, for the work that you'll put in, and for all you know, for all of the students and all the staff that are making Thursday a memorable day. So just want to thank you. And we will let you out. This is probably going to be a little longer meeting. We will let you out before midnight, I assure you of that.
Your Honor,
Okay, just correct the record that it was Councillor Blaylock who brought this back.
Yeah, you said Tabor.
Did I say Tabor? I was looking at, oh, because Tabor's not here. That's, okay, sorry, Councilor Blaylock. I was, all right, yeah, sorry. Rich is gonna, yeah, okay, all right, yes, Councilor Blaylock. Okay, so what we're gonna do, so we have the Secretary of State Scanlon here, who was gracious enough to attend to discuss the school care matter, and I know that a lot of you in the room are eager to hear about the school care matter. We are going to have that right after we get to the proclamation that we have. We're going to suspend the rules and have him speak before public comment, and then we'll have public comment, and those that have signed up to speak will be able to speak and say anything that is on their mind, and we will start with in the order of signups. Does that just make sense to, well, it is what it is, but that's, I just want to make sure that you're not going to have to wait until the end to hear from the Secretary of State. So first, the acceptance of minutes for March 2nd, 2026.
Your Honor, I move to accept and approve the minutes of the March 2nd, 2026 council meeting.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next, we have a proclamation on Women's History Month. Whereas Portsmouth has particularly proud and distinctive record of women in leadership positions, Mary Carey Dondero began this legacy when she was elected as Portsmouth's first female city councilor in 1940 and was subsequently elected as our first female mayor in 1945. Her daughter, Eileen Dondero Foley, followed her as mayor in 1968. Mayor Foley holds the record as the longest-serving mayor in Portsmouth history, serving our community for 8 distinguished terms between the years of 1968 and 1997. Mayor Foley was succeeded in this esteemed position by Mayor Mary McCachran Keenan and Mayor Evelyn Sorrell. And whereas, as of Inauguration Day 2026, Portsmouth is ably and effectively served by a female majority council with Assistant Mayor Joanna Kelly and City Councilors Kate Cook, Beth Moreau, Michelle Flynn, and Annie Hopkins. These distinguished public servants are trusted by the residents of Portsmouth to work tirelessly for all of us while the city is skillfully led by our first woman city manager, Karen Conard. Women continue to inspire us with their leadership as the chairs and members of city boards and commissions and as professional staff across city departments. And whereas every year since 1987, the month of March is designated Women's History Month to celebrate the contributions women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made to the growth and strength of the United States, and to recognize the specific achievements women have made over the course of American history, including serving as leaders at the forefront of the suffrage, abolitionist, emancipation, labor, and civil rights movements. And whereas we are resolved to affirm the city's mission to foster a diverse, fiscally sound, and harmonious community which offers a full range of housing, business, cultural, and recreational opportunities for all of its residents, business, and visitors. Now, therefore, I, Dago McCachran, Mayor of the City of Portsmouth, on behalf of the members of the City Council and citizens of Portsmouth, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2026 in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, as Women's History Month, and urge all citizens to learn and celebrate the essential contributions of women to the past, present, and future of Portsmouth, given with my hand in the seal of the City of Portsmouth on the 16th day of March 2026. I would now await a motion to suspend the rules
So moved.
and bring up, move up items 13C and 14A.
Second.
Still no Councilor Tabor? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So with that, I would invite Secretary of State David Scanlon here. I would offer him to have a few words. Before he speaks, I simply, I want to stress just how important of an issue this is to the city of Portsmouth. We are talking about health insurance for half of our employees and those entrusted not only with the teaching of our children, but the support of our school system. So this is all school employees. I say this not just from a position of being lucky enough to be elected mayor in this great city. I say this as somebody that knows how incredibly difficult it is to, in the process of battling for a diagnosis, battling for a future, battling for healthcare, how incredibly difficult it is to navigate the insurance process that we have in this country. It is probably one of, if not the hardest times of my life, was watching my wife, who was in the process of figuring out that she had lupus, which was a diagnosis that came over repeated tests, to navigate the billing process. Even with fantastic insurance that I had through my employer, it was still a monumental effort to keep up with the number of bills and claims that we got. And I can very sincerely say that the fear that exists when it comes to whether or not those bills are going to be taken care of should never be a part of the process of focusing on your health care. We can assure you as a council that regardless of how school care may have brought this situation to our doorstep, we are not going to use those same tactics against our teachers, and we expect to be able to walk away from this evening with a resolution to this that ensures the continuation of your care. So with that, I would like to invite the esteemed Secretary of State, David Scanlon, to address Portsmouth and then answer hopefully a few questions.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. And I think it's great to see students shadowing the council. I think I see some future leaders back there, so I will look forward to that. That's great. I'm going to start in a basic sense and talk about what a risk pool organization is. It is not an insurance company. An insurance company is a for-profit organization that where people pay premiums to the insurance company for the product that they're selling. Might be health insurance, might be automobile insurance, or whatever, but those rates are guaranteed. What is built into those rates are the opportunity to build reserves and profit, and what is called floats in the insurance industry, where they have these large pools of money that are available to weather a very large claim or whatever. And that is just built into the business that they have created. A pooled risk organization is a lot different. Basically, it's self-insurance. The state of New Hampshire self-insures its employees. So does the city of Manchester, so does the city of Nashua. And they cover the cost of claims for the medical care of their employees. And if the expenses exceed the claims that are coming in, those political subdivisions have to reach into their treasury to grab the money that they need to pay those bills. A pooled risk organization really is no different. It simply gives political subdivisions that don't have the size to be able to self-insure and realize some cost savings by having a large group of employees to join together with other political subdivisions so that they can have the critical mass that's large enough to be able to do that. They're sharing risk, so they're spreading the expenses of medical care out over the whole pooled risk organization. And when there is a surplus that is generated in the payments that are made by the political subdivisions, that's returned back to the political subdivisions. In the rare occasion that there are expenses that exceed the claims, the political subdivisions are responsible for that payment. They have to reach into their treasury to come up with the money to pay those claims. As part of the discussion that I've been hearing, there are some pooled risk organizations out there that are saying that they are non-assessable. In my opinion, there is no such thing. A pooled risk organization may be able to try and hold enough in their reserves to be able to weather a downturn, and in so doing, they don't have to assess the political subdivisions. They just carry it forward and maybe raise the rates for the upcoming year, but they don't have to make an assessment mid-year. Bottom line is that the assessments have basically been made in advance for that situation. And if there was a situation where that organization ran out of money, the only place they can go to get it is the political subdivisions that are members of that organization. That's the only way the bills get paid. Just trying to get my train of thought back here.
There's usually not this many people.
So there was a kind of a perfect storm that occurred, and it occurred for a number of reasons, and it occurred to every pooled risk organization that was offering health insurance. Back in 2023, the pooled risk organization Health Trust came to visit my office, and they showed us their financials, and it was showing an increase in claims that was really cutting into their reserves for payment. And the amount of cash that they had on hand by the end of the year was significantly lower than it should have been at the time. That raised some flags. And we had our actuaries that work for the Secretary of State take a look at the other pooled risk organizations that were out there. And there was another one called New Hampshire Interlocal Trust, which was also in dire straits. And in fact, that pooled risk organization ended up going out of business. They had to make an assessment of their members, increase their rates, and a bunch of their members started leaving. They decided to end the business and run out the business, at which point we stepped in and asked the judge to appoint a receiver to take over that organization and make sure that the claims were run out. And that was done in a very successful way. School care was not on the horizon at that point, but as we found out later, the same issues were affecting them that affected the others. All of the healthcare related pooled risk organizations had a very difficult time. When something like that occurs, it has to be dealt with promptly and aggressively, and that is what happened with school care. They have been, from my perspective, they've been very transparent. The board of directors has taken the issues that they were facing very seriously. They were responsible. It is painful to make an assessment on the members of the scale that was requested by school care. And I completely understand how the council feels and taxpayers in the town. But to bring school care back up to the point of being viable, it had to be done. Otherwise, they may be in runoff right now as a result of what occurred. The amount of money that these pooled risk organizations hold is a point of discussion that should be made because we're talking about really large sums of taxpayer money, employee money, and retiree money that pay for these for the health care. And because of that, we're talking about, of all the pooled risk organizations that operate in New Hampshire, I think we're talking about $750 million, $500 million a year of taxpayer, employee, and retiree funds that are managed by these programs. When the reserve levels get too high, then the money, the taxpayer money and the employee money that is that is being used to pay for these items is not being controlled by the political subdivision. It's being controlled by the people that are running the pooled risk organizations. And we know a few years ago when there was a big issue with the local government center that the money was not being properly used in some instances, and that was causing a problem. It's important because of that the members of these pooled risk organizations pay attention to them, making sure that they're transparent and making sure that you understand how they're operating and how that money is spent. And maybe by doing that, we could avoid the situation that we just had. Now, when we found out in my office about the issue, the big issue that we were facing with the pooled risk organizations being in financial trouble, we had a piece of legislation submitted to help with that. And I think had that passed, we might not be in the position that we're in at the moment. What that bill did was it would have created thresholds within which the reserve levels necessary to be on hand to cover unusual events in terms of major claims and other things to keep those pooled risk organizations healthy. That bill didn't pass, and we're dealing with legislation again this time. But the bottom line is the pooled risk organizations that were in trouble and needed help have stepped up. In the case of school care, their board of directors has made some really difficult decisions, but I think that they've acted responsibly. And once this is behind us, hopefully we won't see a situation like this again in a long, long time, hopefully never. So
We'll deal with it, yeah.
Hopefully you guys won't have to deal with it either. But Mr. Mayor, I'll stop there and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Secretary of State. I have a number of questions, and then I know a few other councilors do. And, the goal is for us to, and thank you for providing as much clarity as you did. The goal for us is to have both for the members in this room and the members that are ultimately responsible, the taxpayer, for this, to understand some of the legality around this. So I'm going to ask a couple of questions, and then hopefully we'll get you on your way. So appreciate that. So is it your position that school care may lawfully deny coverage or stop paying claims based on non-payment of the assessment, even as the city of Portsmouth continues to pay premiums?
If a member political subdivision does not pay the assessments that are made to cover the costs of the pooled risk organization, then I think at some point the pooled risk organization has no other choice but to deny claims until the member organization makes a payment. We saw that with the run out of NHIT. In the end, all of the political subdivisions paid, but when things get that bad, cash flow is really important. And in the case of NHIT, there was an assessment that had to be made, and if it was not made, the member organizations would not have been able to pay claims that were catastrophic, like a major organ transplant or something like that. NHIT had stop-loss insurance, but the way that works is the bill has to be paid in the first instance, and then you receive the money back for the stop-loss. So that's an example of where cash flow is really important, and if you don't have it, you can't pay the bills. And if you can't pay the bills, the medical provider will bill the patient directly.
That's helpful. We are, between now and the start of the next fiscal year, we'll likely pay the same amount in assessment that is a monthly premium. Is there operative contract language that makes this assessment a required contribution such that school care can deny those claims even while we are actively paying? You know, in this situation, we're actively paying school care for this month, next month, continue on from a cash flow perspective. Is there language in the operating agreement that allows them to add an assessment as a part of that?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question, except to say that the premium payments have to be made just to deal with the usual claims that are made in the course of business, the advice that was provided by the organization's actuary. The assessment is above and beyond that. The assessment is because the payments that were being made by the political subdivisions were not meeting the needs of the claims that were being made. Now, I don't know what the reason was for that. That's a good question to ask school care, you know, whether their actuary was off or whether there were other mitigating circumstances that caused such a dramatic problem. But I don't know the answer to your specific question. I don't know the details of.
And certainly, you know, understand that there might not be answers that you're able to provide this evening. School care, when we made an offer to kind of create the solvency until the end of this year, denied that, but implied that the Secretary of State's office, if it were to approve the proposal, would be able to accept that. Is that an accurate reading of school care's advice back to the city of Portsmouth?
Well, again, you know, that specific question I don't have the answer to.
Or maybe another way to ask it, is the Secretary of State, are you willing to review and approve an alternative resolution that protects coverage, addresses school care's financial concerns, avoids forcing local taxpayers to pay an assessment approved before school care's own written policies expressly allowed for such charges?
I would say that school care, it's my understanding that they have come to some payment arrangements with other political subdivisions, but they are all within this fiscal year. And there are only 2 political subdivisions out of 90 that have not paid or made some agreement to pay. And so to the extent that you have a couple of communities that are not paying the assessment, they're being subsidized by the other 88. And again, this, you know, when the members of the pool risk organizations sign up, you know, they're agreeing that we are a united group and we're going to spread the risk and everybody's going to be treated fairly. And I think if you try and delay the payments outside of the current fiscal year, then it's problematic for the other members of the group.
And I think that was in part of the letter back to the city around that equal treatment. It's not our intention to ask for, and the other political subdivision in this case is Dover. We weren't looking for a specific deal for Dover and Portsmouth. We would love that to be supported for the entire group. Would you support making the alternative that we proposed available to any similarly situated member community, including refunds for those that have already paid or credits against future contributions for those that chose that option?
I just don't see how you can do that because of what I said at the very beginning, is that if you do that and you delay, the bills aren't going to get paid. Somebody has to pay the bills, and that's what a pooled risk organization is. It is, again, a group of political subdivisions that come together for the purpose of spreading their risk and making health care available to their employees. If there's a surplus, you get money back, and if the expenditures exceed the claims, that has to be paid. And if you have a formula where you're spreading the cost out over future years, the bills aren't getting paid.
So, and I see that where we run into, I guess, maybe a little disagreement in that same time period that you had mentioned, Health Trust. We also have Health Trust as a part of the city. They came to you in 23, and they wanted to start raising premiums. And when we look back, those premiums were higher, but their reserves have grown as a result of that. And this year, it was 11%, that we paid as a city as a result of that versus the 26% plus the 1.57 million, equating to a 39%. We entered into and understood the agreement with School Care under the kind of the membership agreement that expressly states that assessments are not allowed in those members. So we all come together, as you say. It states that they will not assess their members. Did your office review the written school care policy, stating that assessments were not to be used before supporting the September 2025 assessment?
We have a disagreement with Health Trust over, whether they have a non-assessable program or not. For the same reason. If they run out of money and they have claims that are outstanding, they have to pay those bills. If they don't pay them, then it's going to fall back on the employees and the retirees of the community. So I'm not going to say much more than that because there's litigation going on in that particular area and that. But bottom line is the bills have to get paid.
Understand that, and we agree in that certainly that the bills have to be paid. I think the question is how quickly we return the reserves. Health Trust, and I'm not looking for you to comment on Health Trust, did that through the rate setting model, which is what we would expected School Care to do. School Care was coming in retrospect, much lower than they should have based on actuarial tables, and thus went through $29.5 million in 3 years, where Health Trust chose a tact where they were able to grow the reserves over that same time period. I guess it's...
Let me just make this point, is that both pooled risk organizations related to healthcare that are existing today have reserve levels that are lower than they should be. It's going to take them some time to build them back up to what I think is in a reasonable range of reserves to be. And to get there, they have to increase their rates. If they're going to get there fast, the rates are going to go up. If they spread it out over a longer period of time, they won't go up quite as much. But both pooled risk organizations are in a situation where they have to increase their reserve levels to be healthy.
I understand that. I guess we could come back into this point, and I won't belabor it, I promise. But did you review or your office review the school care policy that expressly state that they were going to use the rate setting mode and prohibitedly said no to assessments? And then how did you conclude that the assessment was consistent with School Care's governing framework with their policy stating the exact opposite?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that, but I don't know if Eric or Jimmy, do you have a comment?
Can you ask the question again, please?
Sure. Did you review School Care's policy, and how did you conclude that the assessment was consistent with School Care's governing framework when School Care's own written policy said assessments were not to be used?
So I should introduce myself.
Yeah.
My name is Eric Forcier, and I'm the Director of the Bureau of Securities Regulation, and I've been with the Secretary of State's office for a long time. And so did we review the specific contract in question that your city signed with School Care and that provision? I can't sit here today and say that, but I support everything the Secretary said in terms of what the law requires and how we view the law. I don't have specific recollection of...
I'm not asking for I'm asking for the policy, the School Care governing policy. Not specific to Portsmouth, but consistent of all the subdivisions come together. Did you review that policy?
I'm not familiar with the policy you're speaking of right now. I'd have to see it. We've reviewed a lot over the last several years. I just don't know exactly the policy you're speaking about. So I don't want to sit here and say for certain we did or did not. But back to Secretary of State Scanlon's comments, we rest with what we believe the law says and what the law requires. And that's why we're here today. But that specific policy, I can't sit here for certain and say for sure or not.
Okay. Eric, and I thank you. It seems like there might be a little bit of a disconnect, only because that we're in the same boat of like, okay, we're all going to come together and we're all going to have an understanding of how we're going to raise rates and, through the members of school care. And then it's hard to kind of, I guess, understand if you didn't review that policy. So I guess, is there a way that, what governing documents did the office look at or rely on when it endorsed the assessment of school care? The governing documents of, like, because they have to come together, you have to vote, there's a board, there's a governing documents. Is there any governing documents that the Secretary of State's office looked at when thinking about endorsing this assessment?
I don't know that we actually endorsed the assessment as it was made. We endorsed, or, we said that school care has acted in a responsible way in writing the condition of their organization. So, the bylaws are made by the pooled risk organization. Whatever agreements are in place are between the pooled risk organization and the political subdivisions. We follow the statute, which is RSA 5B, and that is the statute that gives the Secretary of State the responsibility to be the regulator, because these groups are not insurance companies, as I said right at the beginning. And when there was an issue like we just experienced, we stepped in and provided the assistance that was necessary for the board of directors of these groups to be able to make the decisions that they made.
Okay, and I appreciate that. So I can assume if we didn't look at the governing kind of framework or documents, or we don't recall doing that, is it fair to say that you did not look at any of the member participation agreements when looking at the assessment or the ability to assess?
It's not to say we didn't look at it. It said earlier that I didn't remember the specific policy you were speaking to. At the end of the day, when it comes down to it, we look at the law, and the law is very clear under RSA 5B what self-insurance is. You get the benefit of the gains, and you have to pay when it's out of money. And that's very clear in our understanding of 5B. So I don't have the specific membership agreement in front of me. We looked at a lot of agreements. We supported School Care's board throughout their process and the decision they made, and we support it today. It's right back to what RSA 5B allows and requires. And
Yeah, and
I rest on.
and there's no disagreement in terms of if they run out of money, like I would say that we'd have to keep them afloat. That would be until the end of June, and then we would go back to rate setting and build it up over time as the municipality would expect. It seems like now we're talking about doing it all in once, putting it on the taxpayers. Many communities are facing job losses in terms of the teachers, and that's the harder part for us to kind of square that circle around, is the decision to allow an assessment to bring this back up, without a broad, understanding of all the communities involved here. So this, it sounds like the authority maybe didn't come from any of these specific documents, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but you don't remember, you've mentioned the broad reading of RSA 5B. Is it fair to say that you relied on the broad reading of RSA 5B rather than School Care's written board policies and member contracts?
I don't think that's fair to say, but at the end of the day, we're required to follow what the legislature passed, which was RSA 5B, and our interpretation of that is very clear. And that requires members to pay when assessments are needed. And if you spread it out beyond one fiscal year, you create winners and losers. There are members who have paid this year, they get the benefit this year. Members that do not, create a situation of winners and losers in the next fiscal year, and that's what we're here to protect. And that's why stretching out payments beyond this fiscal year is not fair to some members of the group. And I know this isn't a fun conversation to have, but at the end of the day, if you collect money after this fiscal year, those that took part in the pool this fiscal year are the losers in that situation.
Well, there was an agreement from, there was two kind of sidebar agreements with Concord and Londonderry that allowed the split payment between payment this fiscal year and then a second payment of July 15th of the next fiscal year. So is what you're saying right now is that's an unfair way of doing that?
Please tell me more about the Concord's agreement, and I just want to check with somebody.
So it was offered to all, and it allowed for to be paid part now and then part July 15th. And while you're conferring, I would just simply say that we're not looking for a special dispensation for just Portsmouth and Dover, but rather looking at something that could be offered in terms of refunds or credits to the other member organizations that have had to make very hard choices in terms of their budgets, letting go of employees in a difficult, uncertain fiscal future at the moment.
Eric, did you have the answer to that?
Any agreement to make payments related to an assessment this fiscal year should be made in this fiscal year. I'm not aware of an agreement that says otherwise.
Oh, okay. That's news. I guess part of the issue that we have here is, we are certainly up here and we will make votes and we will expend funds. I believe that there's now taxpayer standing, so those votes can be questioned. Is it your position that a municipality may lawfully appropriate taxpayer funds to pay an assessment that was approved before School Care's own written policy expressly allowed for such changes?
I think they're
Sorry, David, you're doing such a great job, and Eric's,
I think you're asking the Secretary for a legal opinion, not one that I'm comfortable giving the city of Portsmouth today, but you're asking him to render a legal opinion on the law, and I don't think that's today's the place for that.
Well, it's just that we have risk in expending funds, and so it sounds like your office will not put any legal position at the moment in writing so that municipalities and school districts are not left exposed to later claims that they use taxpayer funds inappropriately.
We'd be happy to respond to anything in writing that you want to provide to us, and I'll take it back to the legal team and we will respond. I don't think we've ever said we wouldn't respond to an official letter from the city of Portsmouth asking us questions, but please write us a letter and we'd be happy to look at it carefully and respond.
Okay, and that's helpful. I think that part of it would be, in addition to maybe responding, if we pay this assessment in reliance on your office's position, which you've stated very clearly here tonight, that assessments are allowed through 5B, and that payment is, potentially challenged as unauthorized or improper. Will the Secretary of State defend the legality of that payment?
The payment would be made from the city of Portsmouth from a fund that has a legal question surrounding whether you can payment from that fund. You're asking us to answer whether or not Portsmouth can expend monies from
Yeah,
that.
so I'll try to give a hypothetical. Say that somebody looks at the board policies of school care and they say that expressly an assessment is not allowed, and that funds will be raised through the rate setting model, and they question not necessarily just whether or not we're keeping them solvent, but creating the entire reserve in one fell swoop, and they question whether or not here in Portsmouth or other municipalities, but here in Portsmouth, if we had the legal authority to spend those funds properly, because it's not right now included in the agreements that we have with school care. You're here today to say that 5B gives that broad latitude. I'm simply asking if you would help defend us in the case that somebody might bring a lawsuit against the city of Portsmouth for expending funds for a purpose that was later to be questioned by a taxpayer as contrary to our governing documents of school care.
If asked, we'll continue to support what we've said today and what we believe RSA 5B says, means, and requires. Whether or not we're going to defend Portsmouth, do you mean be the attorneys for Portsmouth in court defending that contract lawsuit? That's a question for you and your city attorney, but we will continue and have continued to say exactly what we believe 5B requires. So if anybody asks us that, be it a judge or a city council such as this or anybody, will continue to say exactly what we believe 5B requires, and that is assessments are required in situations like this.
And thank you. I think that just a couple more questions here, I promise. And I do appreciate you guys have been great. I know these are, as you said, not easy conversations to have, not easy questions to have. And, we're not talking about hypotheticals. We're talking about actual people, many of whom are here in this audience and are scared about the future of health insurance. And I understand that. When did your office first become aware that school care's reserves had deteriorated to the point that a member assessment was being considered?
I don't want to guess on the exact date as I sit here now. Would be happy to respond with the exact date, but certainly by last fall, we knew. The exact date I don't have in front of me, but, you know, we have actuaries that we have hired that have been following and monitoring and analyzing these pools for a long time. The exact date that School Care decided it required an assessment to keep afloat, I don't have that date in front of me.
Okay, and I guess like given that there's annual audits and some actuarial filing requirements, I understand that Health Trust came in 2023. What did your office do with that information, before School Care had exhausted its reserves? So they were at $29.5 million, they lost $9 million. Health Trust came to you in 2023. What did your office do, I guess, back the 2024 time period with this information?
So I should correct you that there are not annual audits of these risk pools. They do get audited, but they're not annually.
Okay,
So I should just correct you on that.
Oh, yeah.
We do get an annual filing every single year that provides us with their their audited financial statements and some actuarial reports that we do review every year. And with School Care, we are in constant communication with them when it comes to our concerns, their questions, et cetera. We have a very good working relationship with School Care. And to go back to your question about exactly what we knew when we did and when we talked to them, it's hard to pinpoint an exact date, but we're in regular communication with them. And I don't have an exact date for you as to when in 2024 we figured out, where exactly the reserves were. But the audited financials that are due to us, that come to us every single year, are audited financials for the prior ending fiscal year. So we have those every single year.
Okay, and great point, because auditing them every year would make our rate, or the cost that we would pay go up. It would make your work probably unbearable. But I guess the question was, and if you can get back to us with that information, given those, when Health Trust came in and said, we got a problem in 2023, I'm assuming that, there was financial statements that were delivered by School Care. Just understanding, what you did with that information when you received it, as School Care was going through 3 years of exhausting $29.5 million, would be helpful to know.
Just to follow up on that, I mean, when we started finding out about what was going on, we did act pretty aggressively. We communicated what was going on to the governor's office and the legislative leadership. We had that piece of legislation that I mentioned earlier that was filed to help address the situation. And so we have taken steps to make sure that this does not happen again in the future.
I think I understand that, and I think it's just hard to kind of square it with, outside of the, supporting of the bills that, weren't successful last year in the similar bill. I think it's SB 661 that's in front of the legislature right now. We're in committee. Outside of that, was there earlier corrective action, I guess, suggested to School Care aside from proposing legislation that would make explicit the implicit reading of 5B to make assessments?
So we're in constant communication with them over the years. I'd have to look exactly into our records for exactly what you're asking. But I want to make sure the record's very clear on audits again, if I may. Sorry to go back to this. So we do examinations of these risk pools. Not every year, but we do examine them. And there's a big difference between our examinations and the audit that they do require to be performed on their financials every single year. So I just want to make very clear
Oh, sure.
that there's an
Yeah.
audit being done by an independent accounting firm.
Oh,
every
yes, yeah,
single-
and we received a copy. It's more if it's $29.5 million and then it loses $9 million and, another 15, and then it's 20 million and it's in the red. Those are things that, it took a 3-year period to get here. It's just trying to wrap my head around, the oversight that exists within the office to understand like how we could have been at an earlier stage to ask for a different, and I understand that you're in a lawsuit with Health Trust, but they took the exact opposite track in that they were able to come through this and we have now significantly lower premiums than required by School Care, and the reserves are building up, although not nearly as fast. They're building up under, cooperation with the member agreements.
Respectfully, Mayor, I disagree with the assertion that they took the other direction, but I don't want to comment any further because we are in pending litigation
Sure,
with them.
understand.
so
Yeah, not fair for
couldn't
me
go
to
any
talk
further,
about it.
So I'm just going to disagree respectfully.
Okay, all right, we agree to,
to move on.
all right, so we'll agree to disagree on that. I'd like to open, and I just, before I open up to other folks that have questions, I just want to thank you again for coming here tonight, and I know that this is not the most fun conversation to have. There's a lot of details that have to come in here. There's a lot that we're weighing. It's, concerning, hopefully we can have some written confirmation of, the legal defense of this in writing, and if we are, if a taxpayer does view the policies that we were under with school care at the time of the assessment was made expressly prohibiting that, that would be helpful to have that in writing from your office. Again, let the lawyers kind of figure out that. But that's, as somebody that's a steward of taxpayer money and a fiduciary of the city of Portsmouth, I need to be able to know that there will be support for us in any claims that may be made against the city for an expenditure of funds of this gravity. So just thank you.
And I appreciate that, and we look forward to receiving the letter and addressing your concerns to the extent we can. But thank you for the time.
Thank you, Eric. Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Secretary of State Scanlon, for coming here tonight to answer our questions. I really do appreciate it. I know it's a kind of a trip over here to the Seacoast, so thank you. I'm going to come at a few questions from the place of trying to protect the stability of healthcare for our school employees. And note that I know a bit about risk pools because my mother managed a risk pool for over 80 school districts that ultimately ended up closing because of high cost claims. And so I know exactly what happens when risk pools can't cover excessive claims over time. So in your role as a regulator, we know that premiums are increasing this year by 26% for us for school care. And that increase only provides a small percentage of a backstop, essentially going into about a 1% savings for them. So that really doesn't build in this reserve beyond what the assessment is that we're receiving. And we also know that when we're going out on the open market, we're getting bids of around a 40% increase for the same pool. So my question really is, clearly there's a gap between what they're assessing us and what they need to be assessing us to really build reserves over the next several years. So how can you guarantee that we'll not be in the same predicament in a few years?
The legislation that we proposed that is trying to move through the process again this year establishes a bottom threshold and an upper threshold of what the reserve levels should be. And based on actuarial input on what those levels are, is kind of the target of where we're shooting for with that legislation. When the reserve levels drop so low, it is important to get them back up, but at the same time, without having a huge sticker shock to get there. And so I think that's what School Care and Health Trust are attempting to do, is keep the increases reasonable, allowing them to, build on the reserve level, even though they're not quite getting into that range that they should be. It's a tough business right now. As you said, it's across the board. It's not just pooled risk organizations, it's just healthcare generally.
So as a follow-on to that, we also know that the leadership at School Care is leaving this year. The deputy director already left. The executive director is leaving. Can you guarantee that those departures are not associated with concerns about future performance and stability of the pool?
I don't believe that's the case. I don't know for certain, but the bottom line is it's the members that are the pooled risk organization, and so whoever replaces them should be known to you, and you should have faith and confidence, in the individuals that move into those roles.
All right.
I think, I will say that I think Lisa Duquette has done an outstanding job maneuvering through a really, really, really difficult situation. And I know that what she went through certainly is not easy. And I think that she deserves credit for that. You know, whether you agree in the end with what she did, I think she was incredibly responsible and took the bull by the horns and, you know, really stepped up and did a remarkable job.
And finally, I know there are not provisions in New Hampshire state law for this, but is your office going to backstop our school care subscribers should school care fail or declare insolvency within the next few years?
Part of the legislation is that when reserve levels drop below a certain threshold, they're supposed to notify the members of the pooled risk organization. That's number one. And that alert should be early enough so that the members realize what's going on. If the reserve levels continue to drop, it would reach a point where there was an assessment that would have to be made. If they drop below that, then it's possible the state could step in and request that a receiver be appointed to, you know, run the affairs of the organization to protect the taxpayers and the members of the pooled risk organization.
Have you considered any changes, recommending any changes to school care's board so that taxpayers have direct representation on that board rather than it just being subscribers, so that we wouldn't get into a position where taxpayers are kind of left out of the discussion until it's too late?
I think that's something that should be discussed among the members, and if you want taxpayer representation, then, you know, put that in the bylaws. It's your organization. You know, you're a member of it. You were the ones that have a say.
Thank you.
We'll go to Councilor Bagley and Councilor Tabor.
Thanks, Your Honor, and thank you, Secretary, for being with us tonight. My understanding is under RSA 5B4, you basically have all the power to interpret and enforce these types of risk pools, more or less. Is that kind of your opinion as well?
RSA 5B states that the Secretary of State is the regulator, and we manage that through the Bureau of Securities, which Eric operates.
And I appreciate you guys are, you know, trying to do the best you can with the limited RSAs you have to work with and trying to get more RSAs passed that would give you more flexibility. The last 3 years of audits are listed on the school care website, and they're all with Crow LLP, which I think is a good thing because it means it's not a new auditor. It's somebody that understands, you know, school care. Their audit, February 2nd, 2022, has the statement in it, which is liquidity and going concern. As of June 30th, 2025, the pool reported net deficit of $4,730,545 caused by elevated claims and a premium deficiency reserve. These conditions raise substantial doubt about the coalition's ability to continue as a going concern within 1 year of the issuance of these financial statements. Have you guys been made aware of that audit and that statement in particular?
Yes, we were aware of that. That was, if you're reading from the 2022 independent audited financial report, that would have been submitted to our office.
26.
26. Wait,
Yes.
What's the date of it?
February 2nd, 2026.
February 2nd, 2026.
And it's as of June 30th, 2025. So 22 would. Okay. And then, you know, looking, you know, at the financials over the last 3 audit cycles, what you get is they were very solid with 29.9 million in reserve several years ago. But then what happened is over the course of 2 years, they underset the rate setting by over 6%, leading to this deficit, the evaporation of that roughly $30 million to this $4.5 million deficit. This year, they're showing an 18% increase If they undershoot it, they'll have to do another assessment. At what point do you guys step in and say, you know, the governance here is not doing as good a job as it could? We've got 3 years of you undersetting rates, leading to a deficit issue. I would imagine school care is one of the bigger risk pools that you guys oversee.
Yes, and if we thought that the board was not capable of getting out of the situation that they might be in, we would step in. We would ask for receivership and be decisive about it. That's what we did with NHIT when they were going under, and that worked out reasonably well.
And I would add that I don't think the actuaries that school care relied on were unique. I think actuaries in health pools that we have seen were missing the mark. That school care's actuary was not unique in being an actuary who missed the mark that year. I think we're seeing an issue with that, at least across the risk pools that we regulate, but possibly beyond that. I think the school care board relied on their actuaries in help setting their rates, and actuaries are not always right either. And I think that we saw, not just with school care, but with others, that actuaries were missing the mark. So it's not isolated just to school care's actuaries or school care's decision to follow their actuaries' advice in that year.
As an aside, I'd be interested to see some of that data. We only deal with the contracts that we deal with at the city of Portsmouth, so I wouldn't see everything that you're seeing with other actuaries. And from our perspective, or at least from my perspective, school care looks like an outlier instead of consistent with others. So that would be helpful data. And then the final question for you is, it sounds like, based on what I'm hearing from the answers to my questions, that you guys would only step in at the receivership point. There's not kind of a coaching step, or looks like school care is on the skid. Maybe they could use some of the institutional knowledge that we have at the Secretary of State's office to help them out a little.
We do that. We have our own actuaries and accountants that we contract with, and when school care was having issues, we did make those individuals available to help. So we're willing to provide resources that that they can use as a resource, basically.
And I would add to that we were getting draft financials from school care every single month too, providing them to our actuaries, our accountants, and actively following them. So it wasn't what you had posited possibly at the end when there's just an assessment needed. We were there well before that with our experts, offering a helping hand in letting them consult our experts, as well as getting their draft financials regularly.
Well, I guess that brings up one last question for me. Would the city of Portsmouth have access to any of those actuarial reports, or speaking for myself as a counselor, the assessment is of great concern, but what is of greater concern is that school care is no longer an ongoing concern, which seems to be at least a reasonable concern to have based on the data that we're looking at. And if that were to happen, we'd be in a situation where our teachers don't have health insurance. So that's my fundamental concern, not the assessment, although I have concerns about that. My fundamental concern is, how do we make sure that we don't end up in a situation where this insurance company can no longer cover claims?
I think we're pushing for legislation to help in that regard as well. So that is one thing we're trying to do, is we're in favor of certain legislation that was put in that would, I think, assist in that and significantly reduce the likelihood of insolvency. So that's one way we're helping, if that helps answer your question.
And I guess, sorry, I keep saying the last question, but this will truly be the last question. In the private sector, float, Warren Buffett talks about it a lot. It's what you really pay claims out of, because you've got this large base of capital. You can make investments, and then you can get a return on those investments. And then out of those returns, you can pay out some of your claims. What I understand your RSA would do is allow there to be a reserve so that there'd be more float instead of, kind of refunds every year when there's an overage. You could put those investment monies to work, and then long-term you have more stability because you're not just dependent on contributions, you're dependent on contributions plus the proceeds from those investments.
Yeah, but we're trying to structure that so that what I would call excess reserves or additional reserves are still owned by the member political subdivisions, so that, if you leave, you get to take your money with you that is in that reserve. And so to that degree, you control it, as opposed to a pool risk organization controlling it and doing what they think is best with those taxpayer dollars.
I would also add, Counselor, that without this legislation, just the pools do invest the monies they have in their reserves and get a return and get to use the benefit of that return, even today without that legislation. So the money that is in reserves is invested.
Great, thank you. I appreciate you guys coming tonight.
Thank you.
Councilor Tabor?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for coming, Secretary Scanlon. We've talked a number of about this pattern of, for 3 years running, school care was not setting their rates appropriately for their costs. They were setting their rates below their costs. So, you know, I question the fulsome praise for school care for doing this assessment, because in essence what we're saying is it was okay to slowly go into a deficit, but to solve it, everybody has to pay right away. I think we've put forward a proposal where it takes 2 years to bring our payments back up to cover the assessment. And that seems reasonable because school care took 3 years to drain their reserve. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I think we covered it earlier. Maybe you weren't here yet, but these are bills that are due now. And if it gets put off, then most of the other political subdivisions that have agreed to pay and have paid are that now subsidizing, that decision. And there's an issue of fairness there. But more importantly, we want to make sure that the claims get paid for the employees of Portsmouth and the retirees of the town. And if you put that off, then you're in danger of not having those bills covered.
And my only other question is, how often, if that legislation passes, which sounds very smart, to check their reserves, are we checking twice a year? How often would that be reviewed?
There is more than one piece of legislation, and I believe you're speaking to the Senate bill, which is the one that we do support. That one does have a range that reserves would require to be in 12 and 20%. But your question again, please?
What's the time period that we're looking at? Do we in that?
We
And what you would do as regulators?
Yeah, so we receive financials on a monthly basis, and we receive the audit report that the Pooled Risk Organization has done annually. But there is a lag time of quite a few months between between the end of the fiscal year and when we actually receive that audit report. I will say that with school care, they've been completely transparent with us. The people on the board and the administration there are concerned about doing a good job, and so we have a good working relationship with them. And I'm sure that if we needed more information from them, that we would get it. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
The only thing I'll add is that the legislation that we're speaking about does have a band they need to get into between 12 and 20%. And then there's a member equity account beyond that Secretary Scanlon was speaking about. That would be the members own it and take it with them for anything above the 20%. And then to your question about what does the regulator do? Well, when you get below the 12%, there are certain triggers and announcements that have to be made at 8% and 4%. So it builds into the law notice, triggers, and time to prepare.
Thank you.
Assistant Mayor, then Councilor Bullock.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you to the members of the pool who are here this evening. I just have one question. When we're talking about the assessment and the number of $30 million, it is my understanding that School Care Board, via their staff, are actually floated several different options. So my question is, did they or whether it be the board or the staff, reach out to the Secretary of State's office for advice of which number to choose? And if so, how did the Secretary of State, how did your office respond? And why?
I can tell you that we availed School Care's board of our professionals should they want them, but the decision on how much to assess was a decision of the board. Not an easy one, obviously, and the exact amount that they decided to assess was their decision to get them to a point where they believed that pool would be financially sound. So the exact number, what we said, I don't have in front of me, but I do know that we were there. We're there to help. We availed our experts, and we supported their ultimate decision.
Thank you. I do, I guess, have one more follow-up.
Okay.
So was the Secretary of State's office aware that there were several figures that were floated, one that would make them viable through the end of next fiscal year, one to immediately build their reserves up, and one to go over what their anticipated desired reserves were?
I'm not sure if I had the exact numbers that they were considering between this number or that number. I just know that they were grappling with what number to pick. So I assume that they were grappling between different numbers and trying to make the best decision for the impact on members and the financial solvency of the board. So I don't have a specific number of whether they were thinking between that number or this number and why they landed on the one they did. Respectfully, that's a question for school care.
And I'm so sorry, one more. You have said several times that the Secretary of State had made several, whether they were contractors or internal employees, available to school care staff and boards. Were they used?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilor Bullock.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Is there another plan if those bills on the floor don't pass? Or would it be like instituting a receiver you speak about, or?
There's no, I'll let Secretary Scanlon answer the legislative question. I'll just say there's no plan or indication that we're going for a receiver for school care at any time right now.
Okay.
I understand they collected a lot of their assessments and they're not in the position they were before. So no to receiver for school care at this time.
Thank you.
If they don't pass, we'll keep trying. But I do know that school care in particular has looked at the formula that is being proposed in the legislation, and that seems to be a direction they're heading in with their own policy. So if they do that, I think they're on solid ground moving forward.
Thank you very much.
Did your office help craft those policies?
So the policy I'm talking about is what is in the legislation. Yes.
Oh, no, sorry. I thought you said they're on solid ground with new policies. Did your office help them craft those new policies?
The board decided to create the policy. What I was referring to was that they seem to be following the thresholds that are recommended in the legislation.
Okay, so there's no was there communication in terms of helping them craft those policies?
There was communication about what was in the bill.
Okay.
But in terms of the policies that they're entering into, that's their decision.
Understood. Seeing no other questions, I want to thank you for the time. It sounds as though, it was our best effort to put forward something not that worked just for Portsmouth, and I just want to underscore that because it came back in terms of fairness. Anything that we would have, that ultimately your office would have accepted, we would expect ourselves that to be shared with all member organizations so that if they had paid money in, they would have been able to be refunded that money back, ensuring that school care would have still been solvent or chosen to use that as a credit. And that's only so important because, with April coming up and teacher contracts being having to be set in there, many school departments across the state, because of this assessment being so high, had to eliminate positions. And that's something that's just devastating for our community to go through. And the speed of which this assessment and the amount of this assessment was putting many communities that didn't have the ability to question any of this in a position where they simply had to pay to ensure care and couldn't have the conversation, frankly, that we're having right now. So I want to, again, thank you, underscore that this wasn't simply a Portsmouth or Dover, but I really do appreciate the conversation that you joined us here for this evening, and certainly welcome any future conversations that City of Portsmouth and the Secretary of State's office may have, and thank you very much again.
We're here to help, and thanks for letting us be here.
Thank you.
So on this, I would like to request first a sample motion, and if I have it, I'll speak to it. Move to authorize the city manager to negotiate a payment agreement with school care in the amount of $1,570,606 under protest.
So moved.
Second.
I think that it's incredibly important for our teachers and sorry, I told Nancy that I was going to do this. Our school employees, it's not just teachers, there's many people that support our students. And I promised her I was going to say school employees, and I probably butchered it 10 times tonight, but I want to thank Nancy for reminding me. There is just not a plan that we can see or I can see as a city, I don't know if the vote will pass, can see as a city where we can do anything but continue on to pay this assessment, regardless of whether or not we believe it's legal or not, or the tactics of when this assessment was delivered, seemingly very far into this fiscal year when we weren't able to make any other arrangements. Having said that, the idea that we would try to move to another plan to disrupt care here is something that I don't believe anyone in the city can in good conscience support. There's too many unknowns, and the information that we have is that our school employees are worth the certainty of knowing where their care is going to come from, and be able to understand that the City Council and the City of Portsmouth supports this, even though, as this conversation, I feel, demonstrated somewhat, is a very complicated situation that we still are concerned on legal exposure with. Councilor Blaylock?
Thank you, Honor. And I'm just going to say, healthcare for school employees is always a priority. I graduated from Portsmouth High. A lot of my teachers are still teaching here in this room tonight. I do not want to jeopardize the healthcare of Portsmouth employees, of school employees. We as a council have a financial responsibility to our residents and our taxpayers. School care, I feel like, always also has a financial responsibility to its members.
Councilor Cook?
Thank you, Your Honor. As I said earlier, my biggest concern has always been the stability of healthcare for our school employees, and making sure that their health insurance is going to be there for them when they need it. And so that's my concern around school care, and will continue to be my concern until they prove to me that they can adequately manage this risk pool and we don't see further depletion of their reserves over time. But there's no question to me that we need to pay this assessment to make sure that our teachers have continuity of care. And I come at this from a place of being a person who has been without health insurance at various times in my life. I ended up getting married 6 months before my wedding date legally because I didn't have health insurance and I was ill. And so my husband and I got legally married so that I could have health insurance. I know what it's like to go without. I worry about people having to deal with situations like that, and that is the last thing that I would do, is put anyone in a situation where they didn't have that continuity of care. And so I'm going to be very diligent about watching carefully what school care is doing over the next few years, and making sure that they do have adequate reserves to provide for our school employees, because I don't want to be in a position that in a year and a half, we get a notice that suddenly school care is no longer solvent and our school employees suddenly have to go without care, and we're scrambling to find health care for them. And so that's why I'm supporting this tonight.
Councilor Bagley?
Yeah, thanks, Your Honor. I take a different approach. After looking at the financials, the actions and the behavior of the school care board, the governance failures, I think it's time to rip the Band-Aid off. Cigna provides school care health insurance, so it's not like it's this typical insurance. It's just a pool of cities and towns. I think we'd much better serve our employees by finding a insurance company or a different risk pool organization, because I don't have the confidence that this will be a viable ongoing insurance option for our schools.
Councilor Bagley? Councilor Morrow?
I have a lot of concerns around the management of school care and where where healthcare is going. It's going up. I'm a business owner. I see all of these amounts. I understand, you have to have the money to pay the bill, but we have taxpayers that we have to answer to. So there's going to be some hard decisions. after, if we actually do pass this vote and pay this bill, there's going to be some hard decisions around a lot of it, the budgets this season. And there's going to be a lot of taxpayers that are going to have a lot of questions. So I hope as we continue to push back and ask these questions, people understand it's for the best interest of our entire community and to make sure that we're not just spending taxpayers' money without getting the proper answers and making sure that we won't be legally held liable for actually making the payment, that we actually, it's going for the right reasons. I will support the bill, but I do, as Councilor Cook said, I agree, there needs to be a lot of oversight and watching of what happens with that risk pool to make sure it can continue to be solvent and not, we don't want to leave any of our school employees in a lurch because it doesn't succeed.
Councillor Tabor.
Thanks, Mayor. I come out of this saying, yes, we need to pay this assessment. I think Secretary Scanlon made a pretty clear legal case that when school care runs out of funds, the burden falls back on the municipalities and towns and their treasuries. But I think there need to be reforms. We need to learn from this. Specifically, the stress tests in the legislation about the reserves. The reserve levels, 12% and 4%, are essential. There needs to be a stronger actuary. We heard what was relayed to us was the actuary said things weren't that bad, and they were. And then I think Councilor Cook's got a really good point about people besides just the teachers union representatives and the school administrator representatives on the board. There needs to be, I would hope that school care looks at some representation for taxpayers in that. It's a law of human nature that to postpone difficult things and postpone things like rate increases that maybe the constituencies like the representatives of the administrations of the schools and the unions don't want to do. So, and that's how we ended up in where we are. So yes, we need to pay this so that we can have reliable insurance for all of our school employees. But there need to be reforms.
Yes, this certainly has, with protest, I would agree with the sentiments that the concern that we have, especially, and as explained this evening, we have two of the health risk pools, the risk pools here in the city of Portsmouth. We have one that has kept rates higher, and we experience those higher rates, but has also grown the reserve in the same time period that school care lost $29.5 million. To have that backstopped by taxpayers with an assessment is not something that we can collectively agree as a city is going to put us in a position to offer healthcare teacher for our school employees long term. That is something that is more than simply distressing. It is, we're not going to be able to, it's not going to be around long enough if every time we negotiate contracts, they will simply have assessments in addition to that payment. Our taxpayers simply can't live in that world. And so having said that, that's not the issue here tonight. And I've had many conversations of, through legal staff, through teachers. It is important that that conversation and that those questions are resolved once we resolve for our teachers, that we will have health insurance uninterrupted for the next fiscal year, commensurate with the contracts that we have. That is the most important in my view. And so at this point, I will ask for a roll call vote on the motion on the table.
Yes, Mayor. Assistant Mayor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Cook.
Yes.
Councillor Tabor.
Yes.
Councillor Blaylock.
Yes.
Councillor Bagley.
No.
Councillor Moreau.
Yes.
Councillor Flynn.
Yes.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yes.
8 to 9, motion passes.
8 to 1.
8 to 1.
She didn't count your.
Oh, I didn't vote. Yes.
Mayor
yes, yeah,
McCaffrey.
I voted, yes. Thank you. Given that there's many questions still here tonight, I would await a motion direct the office of our city attorney to submit public records requests to School Care, the Office of the Secretary of State, and the National Educator Association of New Hampshire, seeking records relevant to the assessment.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? We'll take a roll call vote.
This time I won't forget you. Assistant Mayor Kelly.
Yes.
Counselor Cook.
Yes.
Counselor Tabor.
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock.
Yes.
Counselor Bagley.
Yes.
Counselor Moreau.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Hopkins.
Yes.
Mayor McCackron.
Yes.
Unanimous.
I'd wait further a motion to direct the city manager to explore uncommitted funds in the remainder of the fiscal year 2026 budget to address as much as possible of the $1,570,606 assessment as possible without curtailing services, and to report back.
So moved.
Second.
All right.
And just to clarify what this means, looking at the budget that we have passed on the city side now, with the remaining funds that we have up until the end of our fiscal year, looking for any uncommitted funds that we can eliminate at this moment, unhired employees, in order to pay for this assessment on the city side. Please, a roll call vote.
Okay. Assistant Mayor Kelly.
Yes.
Counselor Cook.
Yes.
Counselor Tabor.
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock.
Yes.
Counselor Bagley.
Yes.
Counselor Moreau.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Hopkins.
Yes.
Mayor McCackron.
Yes.
Unanimous.
And finally, I'd request a motion that the school board explore uncommitted funds in the remainder of the fiscal year 2026 budget to address as much as the $1,576,606 assessment as possible without curtailing services, and to report back.
So moved.
Second.
And for explanation, this is a school educators, employees, healthcare. We are one city of Portsmouth. We are looking at our budgets. We would ask the school department to look at the same for the remainder of this year of uncommitted funds to be able to pay for the assessment. If we could have a roll call vote.
Yes.
And this is to request the school board look at this and to report back.
Assistant Mayor Kelly.
Yes.
Counselor Cook.
Yes.
Counselor Tabor.
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock.
Yes.
Counselor Bagley.
Yes.
Counselor Moreau.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Hopkins.
Yes.
Mayor McCackron.
Yes.
Unanimous, Your Honor.
Before we will take a break, I want to recognize that we have public comment now. A number of signups. We'll move to that, and then we will take a small recess to allow for our school, our student government folks who have been doing a great job on a very tough meeting to leave if they are able. First up is Stephanie Secord on Sister Cities Committee. Is she here? Oh, she is.
Coming.
Very quickly. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Assistant Mayor, Councilors, City Manager, Attorney Morrell. I'm here as a member of the board of the Japan America Society of New Hampshire, just to speak in favor of your motion this evening, your consideration of making the Sister City Committee a permanent committee. That is something that our sister cities do. In fact, when we had a delegation from Nishinan in September, one of the 5 people who came with Mayor was the president of the Nishinan Sister City organization. So it means a lot to them, these relationships, these friendships, and I know it means a lot to Portsmouth, and thank you, Councilor Blaylock, for kind of leading the charge, but I thought it important to have the Japan America Society say this is a great idea, and thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Next up, we have Gerald Duffy on Housing Action Plan.
Gerald Duffy, 428 Pleasant Street. Mr. Mayor, fellow councillors, and high schoolers. You guys really reduced the average age this evening in the chamber. just crushed it. Different energy. So thank you for coming. So I'm the co-founder of Progress Portsmouth. I want to use this time just to speak briefly about the Housing Action Plan. First of all, thank you. Authorizing the creation of the Housing Action Plan was a meaningful commitment by this council. The city now has a 130-plus item data-driven roadmap for housing reform, and that exists because the council chose to pursue it. Tonight you'll hear, I think, from Peter Britz about the next step, narrowing that list to a manageable set of priorities. I want to acknowledge that this triage process is genuinely hard. Evaluating over 135 items, maybe reducing them to just a couple of dozen, based on impact and feasibility in a city with competing interests and constrained staff requires real judgment. Progress Portsmouth is committed to supporting that process, and I want to recognize the work of Housing Committee co-chairs, Councillor John Tabor, Assistant Mayor Joe Kelly, and also the Planning Sustainability Director, Peter Britz, for getting us to this point. One thing I'd ask the council to hold on to as you do this, Portsmouth is a city where roughly half of all residents rent their homes. Any public input process around the Housing Action Plan needs to reach that half of the city, not just homeowners, but not just people who show up at the planning board hearings. Renters are often people most directly affected by housing policy, and they are consistently the least represented in the rooms where it gets made. So meaningful public input means designing for that gap, not just opening the door and seeing who walks in. And finally, I know because there are high school students here, if you're interested in what it looks like, citizen engagement looks like from the other side of the dais, I'd like to put in a plug in for Progress Portsmouth. Put that in your phones, Progress Portsmouth, www. And I'd invite you to take a look at the kinds of things we do there. And if any of you can teach me, I'm a boomer, so if any of you can teach me how to use Instagram, I would really love
TikTok
it.
now, Jerry.
Absolutely serious about that. So reach out. But thank you all very much.
Thank you, Jerry. Next, we have Alex Kuthrow on the topic of school care. I know, but she's an employee.
Good evening. My name is Alex Clitheroe, and I've been a teacher here in Portsmouth for 13 years. I feel fortunate to teach in a community that supports and advocates for its teachers. However, right now I am deeply concerned. After crunching the numbers on health insurance, some of you appear to have concluded that a change is warranted. To best tell you my story, I decided to crunch some numbers too. 4.5 years ago, when I was first diagnosed with cancer. 1 year, 3 months ago, when I was diagnosed for a second time. 5 months ago, when I was diagnosed for a third time. 372. 3 hospitals between here and Boston, 7 specialists, and 2 surgeons. 13. The number of mammograms, ultrasounds, MRIs, CT scans, bone density scans, and PET scans I have had. 3. The number of surgeries I've had to remove cancer from my body. 39. The number of chemotherapy treatments I have received, including just this morning. 30. The number of endocrine therapy treatments I have received. 56. The number of radiation treatments I have received. And 10. The number of immunotherapy treatments I have received. Our current health insurance has provided me access to all of these life-saving and necessary measures without being burdened with unimaginable medical bills. The insurance company's case managers even advocate for what I need in ways that make it easier for me to focus on getting better and not on navigating the health insurance logistics. Your proposed changes are a threat to my ability to maintain my current treatment plan. Losing my health insurance or a last-minute shift onto another plan with new insurance companies simply is not an option. For someone with a chronic health diagnosis, the cost of what you are considering is high. Higher monthly rates, increases in copays, and increases in deductibles means more of a financial burden will be placed on my family and me, and one that is potentially not sustainable. The cost of cancer is more than just the numbers I've shared. By taking away affordable, high-quality health insurance, you would be creating an imbalance that cannot easily be righted for me.
Some of you endorsed supporting teachers as part of your campaign. I'm a teacher standing before you this evening, letting you know that this is not supportive. Your decision-making related to your bottom line does not support my ability to be the best version of me as I continue on my cancer journey, and also as I continue to be a mom, a wife, and a teacher here in Portsmouth. Here is my bottom line: 1,713, the number of days I have been kept alive despite everything I have shared with you tonight. Our current insurance has supported me every step of the way, and I am asking that you do the same for me and the rest of the Portsmouth School Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Aaron Bockham on school care.
Good evening. Plans changed a little bit in light of what I was going to say, and I very much appreciate the support here tonight in continuing with the insurance we have, given the trepidation that would happen considering any changes at this point. And I do understand the concerns of the council and representing the taxpayers. And I wanted to bring up three different things as I've listened through all of this tonight. One of them, just a quick clarification, Councilor Tabor, is you had asked about the representation on school care on the board. It is not just teacher unions. I happen to be the current rep, but it is any member who represents the labor within. Ed O'Connell from New Franklin School was a custodial staff who represented, so it is not just the teachers. It can be anyone from the municipality that represents on the labor. One of the pieces that I guess I have a question of is when we found out about this issue in later February, I knew, and from following along, that the Londonderry and Concord plan, that had been given to all 90 municipalities, I think it was November 6th. So I think we were really caught by surprise to have this brought up to us at the end of February. Is there a reason that if there was a proposal that wanted to be considered, that wasn't given to school care sooner so that it actually could be before the deadlines?
Oh, sorry, Aaron, this isn't, we can't have it back and forth, but that's a good question.
I wasn't sure if you could answer, but that is a question that would be helpful for me if you could answer. And then the other piece of this is a little bit of history. In 2012, in city negotiations, it's kind of like baseball. There's always a game of which association is going to be going first. And in 2012, the schools were up first. And it became very clear to all 5 units that there was a new plan. This was very different than the Matthew Thornton style Blue Cross Blue Shield plan that we had been on, school care. And to close our contracts, it was very clear that we would be accepting this insurance proposal. And we were told by Attorney Clausen that police and fire are going to be right behind you guys. And clearly that did not happen. So we are sitting, and again, I much appreciate the stance and the understanding tonight that you've undertaken of the decision to move forward with this. But understand that we also feel that we have been the good doobies and the stewards for the taxpayers. And in choosing this, there are $2.74 million that has come back to the city of Portsmouth. So it is not all the doom and gloom, and yes, this is a really tough time, but understand that we were pushed to take this insurance by the city, and we believe that we did the right thing for the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Next, we have Esther Kennedy on the topic of Portsmouth.
Esther Kennedy, 41 Pickering Ave. And for knowing the fact that most of these people are getting up at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, I think it'd be really nice to tell them if there's going to be another vote on this or not.
So just to be clear, we voted to, I know it sounded kind of convoluted, but we voted to direct the city manager to pay the funds that was requested in terms of the full assessment from the city of Portsmouth to school care. She will negotiate that, like how they're going to receive that money, but we are committed to paying for that, and we are doing so under protest, not because we don't intend to pay, but we intend to have follow-up conversations.
So the bottom line, there'll be no more action tonight on this topic.
Or this, like in terms of this, and I'm breaking my own rules of going back and forth, but since you've raised the issue, like after, no, in terms of school care, we've passed the we've committed the city to paying 1.57 million, extended 606. We will not take further action after anybody is free to leave, but I know that there are some people still speaking on school care and wanting to express how important it is to them. And we just reset her time because I'm stealing all her time. But correct, we will pay the assessment as a result of the previous vote that we had, the first motion.
Thank you. I just wanted these people to know they could leave if they wanted to. So good luck tomorrow, everyone, teaching. I just want to bring up the fact that there is $7 million in an insurance stability account, and I guess I'm not sure why that's not being utilized. So what happened is when money comes back, it typically goes into that account to be used for rainy days. You have $7 million in there. So my question would be, how come that isn't being part of this conversation? And maybe it is down the road, but I would think that would be a big part of the conversation, so there is no guilt on this end. And she is right, there was a $2.7 million because these guys have been so good in keeping healthy that was returned. So I guess I just feel that needs to be cleaned up. What I would like to think, what I was coming here to talk about tonight was I wanted to thank Kelly. I wasn't able to be here the last council meeting for all her hard work, the number of years she worked with me as a counselor, everything she did. I was kind of sad to hear that she was going so quickly. And I hope that we really look hard to find someone that is competent enough to fill her shoes. So I really want to thank her. The last thing I wanted to talk about was community power. I, like many others, was put on community power without my signature. I'm still on community power, and the reason I'm still on it is so I want to be able to question it for people that I know don't feel comfortable coming here and questioning it. So I stayed on community power, and I'm still on it, but it's getting ridiculous, folks. And I believe you owe more than I heard on the Zoom an explanation. And Mr. Tabor, I have to ask, Councilor Tabor, what are you getting out of it? Because you've been supported, and community power is definitely not meeting financially the same thing as Eversource. So I really think you need to take a deep dive in that. I also think you need to alert the citizens, many of them are elderly citizens that would not necessarily be keeping up with it, on why they're still on it and what their options are. Even if there's a toll line at the city, they can call to get information on it. I would encourage you to do that because basically the council made a decision to go to community power without the citizens' input. You did it, and now we're paying more than what we would have if we were on Eversource. So I will keep that plug going, and thank you and students, you're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Next up is Marcus Santi on school care. It's not you, Marcus.
I wasn't going to talk. So Marcus Santi, I live at 46 Elmwood Road. Teacher at Robert Lister Academy, subscriber to school care through my wife, who is at the library right now, and is a kindergarten teacher at Little Harbor. So I'm here not only as a member of the school district, but also a parent who relies on consistent, reliable health insurance to care for our daughter who lives with cystic fibrosis. So I want to share with you why maintaining stable health coverage is not just a benefit, it's a necessity for everybody in our community who face ongoing health challenges. And I know that we've got the vote tonight that's going to shore up things for the rest of the contract, but this is to put it on record and keep it for future reference. So when a child lives with a chronic condition like cystic fibrosis, every day presents a new hurdle. Treatment isn't a one-time cost, but a continuous commitment that includes frequent doctor visits, specialized medications, and most importantly, peace of mind. Consistent health insurance ensures there's no interruptions in our daughter's care, which means we can focus more on her growth and less on administrative hurdles. Imagine the stress and uncertainty, not just for our family, but for our entire community when health policies change unexpectedly. These uncertainties force us to scramble for alternatives, creating gaps in the timely care that our children and we all need. When a district commits to consistent health insurance policies, it sends a clear message. Every student and every family is valued and supported. This isn't just about covering expenses, it's about ensuring quality of life that lets our children thrive both in school and at home. Maintaining reliable insurance means that healthcare providers can deliver continuous life-saving support. It allows for deep, trusting relationships between patients and their medical professionals, a critical factor in managing chronic conditions. So with consistent coverage, my daughter's doctors can monitor her progress, adjust treatments as necessary, make decisions based on her long-term well-being, not just the immediate cost or availability of alternative plans. Furthermore, by keeping health insurance consistent throughout our district, we reduce the stress on families who already carry the emotional and financial burdens of managing a chronic illness. Reducing uncertainty allows us to focus on what really matters, the education, health, and overall happiness of our children. Healthy students are more engaged, more productive, they're better prepared to learn and contribute to our community in the future. So I'm urging you to do what you did about 20 minutes ago. So 88 of the 90 districts have already done what you just did tonight. So we need to, it's under protest. I hope that we can fix what's going on with school care because we don't want to be in this position again. You don't want to be in this position again. But a district that commits to reliable, consistent health insurance is making an investment in its most precious resource, which is our kids. For my daughter and all kids facing health challenges, this isn't a luxury, it's a lifeline. Thanks.
Thank you, Marcus. Well said. We now have Chair Rappaport, Lisa Rappaport, on school care. Chair of the School Board.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I also wasn't 100% sure how this was going to go tonight, and I want to just start by saying I am incredibly grateful to all of the time and work that has been put in by everyone on the council, by our city attorneys, by others on the city staff who've been working really hard for months to try to come to some sort of resolution that preserves health insurance for our staff. These are our neighbors, our friends, our community members, and our teachers, and I think ultimately that it's the right thing to do, so I am very appreciative that you reached that decision. I do not want to run down the clock here, but 20 years ago, roughly this month, I had to have emergency heart surgery. And I remember being in the ambulance and telling my husband that I wasn't going to go into the hospital until we could get the insurance company on the phone to say that it would be covered, because I had no idea if it would be paid for. And I was trying to think about starting out our life together with what could have been hundreds of thousands of dollars of medical bills. It was covered and it worked out, but I don't want anyone to ever be in that situation. It's horrible. And I think you all understand that, so I appreciate the decision that you made. I would also just say that going forward, I know that we will all have to make some very hard decisions in this budget cycle to figure out how to manage that $1.57 million payment. And I certainly think that the school board needs to do our share to have those conversations, but I do very much remain concerned about what happens if we have to lose more jobs after already presenting a budget to you that reduces headcount by about 4.5 positions full-time, in addition to the jobs that we've reduced in the previous budget cycles. I know there's not an easy answer, but I just 100% have to voice that at some point we're cutting opportunities for our kids and we're making the quality of our schools reduced if we cut too many people. I know this isn't going to be easy, but I just needed to voice that. And I will say thank you for all of your hard work in trying to come to a resolution on this, and we will continue to work with you to the best of our ability to try to come to a solution that is in the best interest of our staff, our kids, and our community. So thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Chair Rappaport. Next, we have Chris White on audit. Is Chris still here?
Yes.
Is he still here?
He's back there.
Oh.
I was trying to get up.
Oh, there he is.
Thank you, Mayor McEachern, for allowing me to speak at tonight's City Council meeting. I'm Chris White from Porter Street. This evening, I want to discuss the Audit Committee, which I believe has lost much of its power and effectiveness. As a former chair, I think the committee is now fully controlled by city management and functions like many other departments. The current auditor, CLA, finishes their term in May, but there hasn't been any sign that the Audit Committee will initiate a request for a proposal. Without this competitive process, there is no chance to evaluate the auditor's performance or consider alternatives. Competition is necessary to ensure auditors act in the best interests of Portsmouth residents. It's up to the City Council to demand higher standards from both the Audit Committee Chair, John Tabor, and City Management. Why isn't there more enthusiasm, inquiry, or commitment to defending our interests? Instead, it seems as if everyone is disengaged while city spending grows and management controls remain weak. In fact, I believe the city bears responsibility for notable waste, fraud, incompetence, and possibly even corruption. Rather than keeping wasteful spending in check, some city council members' political ambitions seem to have taken priority over public good. Given these issues, I recommend the Council commission a financial audit of the city's accounts covering the past 10 years, a review I'll refer to as the cookie jar audit. Here are some examples of questionable decisions. The city never recorded a contingent liability for the Banfield Road lawsuit. Money was spent on studies like converting State Street to two-way traffic, benefiting Wall Consulting, where Erica Wygonick, Vice Chair of Parking and Traffic Safety, works. The Market Square Master Plan study also seemed unnecessary, although it gave Councilors Cook and Bagley favorable publicity. The city often chooses litigation, such as its suit against school care over reserves and premium increases, a costly and pointless action since the city is required to pay, and thank you very much for doing the payment. The city received $2.5 million in rebates over time from school care, but hasn't explained how those funds were used, especially now that the claims have risen and reserves are low. Resources were devoted to supporting Community Power, a new entity with little effect on lowering utility costs, yet it consumed much city and council time. There are many other examples of waste and inefficiencies, such as issues with capital improvement projects, bond financing, and overtime misuse. But the bigger question is whether there may also be corruption going on. A thorough financial audit would clarify these concerns. I urge the council to act and conduct a cookie jar audit. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Next is Klein Dickens of Urgent Matter Peas.
Good evening, City Councilors, and, well, I would have said Secretary of State, but I don't think he's here anymore. My name is Klein Dickens. I grew up in Portsmouth, and I now live in Northampton. I'm here representing ICE Out New Hampshire. We are the coalition that won the fight to keep ICE out of Rockingham County Jail, and when ICE in our state wanted to cage thousands of people in a warehouse in Merrimack, we are the coalition that showed up to make sure that would never happen. At 7:10 this evening, 2 Journey Aviation planes landed at Pease International Airport for refueling. They are carrying Ukrainian refugees, and in the next 24 hours, they will attempt to send them into a war zone. Every human being on this earth has a right to seek asylum here in the U.S. Councilor Cook is well aware of this, having worked in human rights law. The people in this room have the power to stop this murderous cruelty, which is a flagrant violation of international and local laws. The Washington Post and The Independent have reported that this company, Journey Aviation, has trafficked people to Ukraine once before, as well as to the occupied West Bank, both of which are active war zones. So, we, ICE Out New Hampshire, make the following demands of the people in this room, including the Council and the Secretary of State and also the teachers union while we're at it. First, ICE Out New Hampshire demands the immediate grounding of Journey Aviation's Flight 8 and 86 at Pease International Airport and the immediate release of all passengers on board. Second, in the name of Ona Judge, who fled her enslaver, President George Washington, and was protected by the city at the risk of legal prosecution and physical violence against our community, ICE Out New Hampshire demands that the people and leaders of this city provide housing for all the passengers of these flights. For those who would like to immediately return to their homes, ICE Out New Hampshire demands that the city provide them free and consensual transport there. Third, ICE Out New Hampshire, and this is also the last one, so don't worry. ICE Out New Hampshire demands that all legal, social, and economic measures to be taken by the city and state, as well as local civic and business leaders, to sanction Journey Aviation for attempting to carry out an illegal rendition of people to a war zone. To all the young people here today, do not let the inaction of this council, who last year passed a resolution that was ineffective and did not keep people from being deported from our city, or the hostility of this state, who has encouraged ICE to purchase a warehouse in Merrimack and has signed contracts with them to enforce immigration law. Don't let these people keep you from imagining and creating a better world. This world is something we all make together, and no matter what politicians may say, we can always make this world differently. No human being is illegal on stolen land. Let us provide refuge to all people, even when those in power punish us for keeping people safe. Thank you.
Thanks, Glenn. We next have Paige Trace on Portsmouth.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council of Portsmouth. I am Paige Trace, and I'm from Portsmouth, New Hampshire. The first thing I'm going to bring up is a bit of a lesson for those of you who have shadowed the council, and I say this as a past councilor. And Mayor McEachran would be the first one, respectfully, to agree with me. That the council works for the residents of Portsmouth. The staff of Portsmouth works for the city manager, who answers to the council, particularly the mayor. And now I'm going to immediately, now that we've ascertained that this is correct, I'm going to suggest something. I wasn't able to be here last month. And I want to say, as a past counselor during COVID, that Kelly Barnaby spent countless hours working for the city of Portsmouth and the city council. And then after us, she spent countless hours working for those of you who have been counselors for the last 6 years. Have we recognized her? Have we said thank you for your service? No, we haven't. And we hide behind the fact that Kelly didn't want it. Does that mean that you don't say thank you? Of course you do. And so, while I respectfully say that June as pro tem hopefully will be fabulous, this city has had so many years of one happy, cheerful, honest woman. She was meticulous. She had more honorariums and had more things that any of you could hopelessly dream of. She was overly qualified, and we had her, one of the most highly qualified clerks in the state of New Hampshire. And what do? You know, for all appearances, it looks like we just got rid of her. And I think that falls on you, Mayor McEachran, with all due respect. You're responsible for this. And there are those of us as residents who would like to know why suddenly, after all these years of an honest, smiling face who represented Portsmouth, why she's no longer with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. Next is Brad Duncan on school care. Is Brad here? We'll come back to Brad. Emily Hartzell on school care. Not here. Molly French. Did I see Molly? Not here. Nancy Noveline Claiborne. There we are.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Nancy Noveline Clayburg, 405 FW Hartford Drive. I just want to take a brief moment to thank you and to thank our school board, to thank our city staff, Susan Morrell and Trevor McCord, our city manager, Karen Kennard, our superintendent, he was here, Dr. McLaughlin. Oh, okay. There he is. For all your hard work on the school care issue. As many of you know, I was a city councilor for 6 years, and I've been on the school board for countless years. Many difficult issues come our way, and this probably is one of the most difficult that I've seen. And I'm sure I speak for many of the people here, truly appreciate all the hard work, the dedication, and the love that went into solving this problem. So I just want to take a minute to thank you. And our school people that are here, now I'll tell you, they're paraprofessionals, they're clericals, they're custodians, they're cafeteria workers, they're school administrators, and our teachers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy. We have David Castellano on Zoom.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, David Castellano, 93 Spinnaker Way here in Portsmouth. I am pleased that the council will be paying the amount that is due, as many other municipalities have. I do take issue with paying it under protest. We all know Portsmouth is an affluent city. People enjoy living here. There are a lot of less fortunate communities in the state. And I find it a little bit insulting that we're paying our fair share out of protest. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I'd like to, former Mayor Beckstead, please come up.
Good evening, Rick Beckstead, 1395 Islington Street. I haven't been here in quite some time. First, I'd like to thank the council and the mayor for going and voting for the health care. As many of you know, my wife has battled 2 bouts. One today, she's about 4 years, is actually the anniversary for the metastatic breast cancer. And she actually did 11, 12 years with breast cancer. So we're back to where we started from, but I am one that knows how important the insurance is. My wife works in a municipality in the state of New Hampshire, and it's a great deal important to all of these people that came tonight and aren't here now. So I greatly appreciate that. I came here to recognize Kelly Barnaby. And the reason why I came down here to recognize Kelly Barnaby is no one else has. Mayor McEachran, you had gone and basically acknowledged the people that came at the last meeting. And many of you, most all of you, did not recognize it all. I worked very closely with her as mayor, as city councilor, and as a resident. She was a guiding light. When you had a question, you'd go see Kelly. And when Kelly wasn't there, June does one hell of a job when she is there. And she will be, I guess, the interim. I still have questions on that, why the council would be doing that. That's a personnel matter. And in your 4+ years on the council, I've never seen the council actually take up an employee status. And it's not the city manager that's doing it. So I guess that leads me to questions. Your job is not to just to watch out for our teachers, for our community, for our taxpayers, but you're also supposed to look out for our employees. and not just the teachers, but the ones that are underneath this roof. I have serious questions on how Kelly left. I have theories, I have thoughts. I would love to speak to any one of you, if you're allowed to speak to me, on any of this, and I could share some of my concerns, my experiences as a mayor under this city hall. I think they should be addressed. I think it's your job to go and do so. I know the city manager goes and runs the city, but she doesn't run all of the city, and she doesn't run all of the employees as far as I'm concerned. I have some serious doubts. So my shout out is to Kelly Barnaby. I wish June the best of luck on her ventures, however long or little they may be here in the city of Portsmouth. And we'll see what happens from there. But if you see another employee that's going and leaving and you're not really aware of it, I would definitely go and question it, because there were many that were done. You've got Judy Belanger that all of a sudden kind of just disappeared. You've got Nick Cracknell, disappeared. You've got Juliet Walker, disappeared. No real acknowledgement or anything like that. But when Andrew left, he was here, you all clapped, you thanked Andrew for the years of service. Something's not right, and I'm going to keep following it. So I hope you follow it too, and if you have any questions, you all know how to get a hold of me. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick. What's that? Roy, come on up. Happy St. Patrick's Day, Roy.
Good evening. Roy Halsell, 777 Middle Road, Portsmouth. My question is, does the city govern the school board? And do they have anything to say about all of what the school puts forward and they make their rules? Do we have you people say an approval or disapproval, or somebody that's telling them or asking them what they're presenting? Because all of the taxpayers paying for what their decision is, so the decision should be coming through you people, not on their own. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Roy. And given that it was asked a couple of times, just would want to invite Nathan Lunny to speak before we break on the healthcare reserve and yes, the healthcare reserve.
Mayor, councilors, I just want to try to address the questions that were asked previously. Would remind you that we do in fact have a health insurance stabilization reserve, as was referenced this evening. It is connected to a policy effectively of the same name. That policy is included as a part of our financial policies and practices in the budget book every year. This has been in place since the early 2000s. 2002 it was initially established. Part of that policy is that we budget each cycle for health insurance using a 10-year rolling average of rate change as opposed to the actual change in the rates in the given year. That is intended by the design of the policy to have a smoothing effect on the budget impact of health insurance costs. It's also true, as was suggested earlier, that we finished fiscal year 2025 with a balance of just over $7,023,597 in that reserve. It is also the case that over the last few years, in the absence of any recalibration, that we have had a trend toward the actual spending being greater than the amount budgeted, and so we have drawn on that reserve. The reserve stands at $7 million. Right in the budget book, it was suggested or projected that we might draw down $2.5 million as a part of this year's operations. Right now, the projection is just under $1.5 million. So we expect to close this year at an amount in that fund of somewhere around $5.5 million. There's another element to that policy, which is a guiding principle that we not draw down on more than 25% of the corpus of the fund in a given cycle. And so as we take away from the motion that was made this evening and seek savings that we can use to generate funds to help cover the cost of the assessment, the reserve certainly may be a piece of that, and we'll have more information on that when we come back. to seek final authorization for how we'll go about making payment. I remind you that we have 11.4% as a rate increase in health insurance for the health trust side of the house, which is all of our general government, police and fire department employees, and a 26.2% rate increase on the school side for all of our school employees. We understand that there will be significant increases, and as we seek to manage the budget, the reserve will also serve a purpose in helping to smooth for another cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Petra, come on down.
Petra Huda,
So
Portsmouth.
just before we press the button, is there anybody else that would like to speak in public comment? I'm going to, after Petra, I'm going to close it only because we're going to break and get the kids home. But if there's anybody else that would, okay, one more after Petra.
Go. Petra Huda, Portsmouth. Okay, I'm glad that Nathan actually came up here and discussed that, because that was my major question. Why did you tonight go automatically to the unassigned balance when we do have a health stabilization fund? The balance is $7 million, and theoretically you did receive back almost 2.7 in surplus over the last 5 years. So there should be money, enough money in there that you do not have to go to the unassigned fund balance. So I would ask you, why was the motion made automatically to do that? Thank you.
It wasn't made to authorize it from unassigned fund balance. I can assure you we'll have a further work session on the monies and offer public comment as a part of that. Thank you. I would like, I think I know what you guys are here for. I would just, we're going to do one more thing after public comment, and that would be to, and how about we do this? We can move to suspend the rules and bring forward item 16B, the acceptance of donation from Atlas Engineering LLC for a new school board at the South Mill Pond basketball courts.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And if you would like to say anything to it, feel free to come up and address.
I'm Peter First. I live at 240 Marcy Street in Portsmouth, and it was interesting listening to everyone today in their comments and on the health insurance issue with the school. I thought it was, people sound like they're sort of criticizing the management for when sometimes you have a bad year in a different program, and it's easy to point fingers at someone who's administering the program just because things look really bad. But it's pretty common in a lot of programs that you have a bad year, and that doesn't necessarily mean that there's been mismanagement. There's been a lot of talk about the Community Power Program, and I think it's easy to draw similarities to that, where it looks like there's also a bad year happening with solar management, and that doesn't necessarily mean that there's mismanagement, but it's a challenging environment, and it changes from one year to the next. So I don't know, I'm looking forward to see what happens next. And I also wanted to echo Klein on the issue at Pease with the flights sending refugees to Ukraine. I don't know what can be done here today to resolve this, but I do ask that if you have an opportunity to speak with anyone on the Portsmouth, on the PDA, please speak up. Do whatever you can. We all really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Now we have a motion on the floor of the acceptance donation from Atlas Engineering LLC for a new school board at the South Mill Pond basketball courts.
It's actually not from Atlas. It's actually from the summer, the not-for-profit summer league.
Okay, it is for that. Okay, sorry for its.
It's from the,
Okay. Sirius Summer League, I would like to thank you for that donation. As somebody that played with Councilor Blaylock on those courts, not to the level of some people that played on those courts, it's an amazing opportunity to be able to accept this donation, and I expect it to be an inspiration for those that play. Not only, this is a far cry from the basketball courts having the lights turned off an hour before the tennis courts because of the riffraff that was around, myself included. This is an exclamation point on, what we value as a city, and I just want to thank the Sirius Summer League for the impressive donation and commitment to the city of Portsmouth. So I will take a.
motion.
Any?
haven't made the motion yet.
Oh, you haven't made. We just did the. Ah, man.
just
all of
read
it.
it, that's
Just
it.
okay. Okay. So, Councilor Blaylock, wait a motion.
I'll move to approve and accept the donation from Sirius Summer League as presented.
Second.
And like the mayor said, I think this is a great addition to the Southville Playgrounds. I grew up playing in the PAL Basketball League, and you'd always have that little scoreboard that they'd put on the ground, and, you couldn't see it, and you're trying to look over, and if you get the ball, you're like, I don't know how much time's left. But I think this is the Sirius Summer League is a great legacy. I know the Robinson family is very highly involved, and they've just, the level of basketball that's come to Portsmouth, it just made it better. But I think this is a great addition, so I thank you.
Here. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, we will take a 10-minute recess. Thank you very much. Welcome back to, I just made it through public comment. We'll await a motion.
Your Honor, I move to suspend the rules and bring up item 16A.
Second?
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 16A is acceptance of donation from Richard Duddy to donate a memorial bench in honor of Richie Duddy.
Your Honor, I move to accept a memorial bench from Richard Duddy in memory of Richie Duddy to be installed at the Plains Ball Field.
Second.
Councilor Blaylock.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll just say I'd like to call myself a friend of Richie Duddy. He was a great guy. He made Portsmouth a better place. But I always will think of him when I am at Plains, because I know Rich Duddy has made a large impact there, but that's where I would always see Richie. So I'm happy to support this.
Absolutely. Fellow huge Celtics fan, a great guy, always had a smile, always put a smile on your face. It will be a nice remembrance to remember that enthusiasm and just that happiness anytime you're at Plains. So certainly support this and thank you to the Duddy family. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now, where are we? Public hearings and vote on ordinances and/or resolutions. Public hearing and second reading of ordinance amendment to Chapter 1, Administrative Code, Article 4, Commissions and Authorities, Section 1.415 be added to establish permanent sister city committee.
Your Honor, I move to pass second reading and schedule third and final reading on the April 6, 2026 meeting.
Second.
And do we have a presentation loaded?
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's just council, not
Yeah.
just, it is council.
So in the packet, you'll find, the ordinance creating the new committee. Stephanie Secord kind of said it best. It's boots on the ground. We have these wonderful relationships from hosting Japan and Russia, preventing World War II, to our friends in Sant'Angelo, that some of our neighbors moved there from here, and now we have this wonderful connection with them, and UNH is getting involved, and we're putting on film festivals, and just nothing but good stuff. So I think it's really important that we have a committee to foster these relationships, to be able to greet the mayor from Sant'Angelo when he comes, to be able to greet the students from Nichinan when they come, and to actually to make sure that's done right. And it also represents our true identity as the city of the open door. I think in times where there are some troubling events going on overseas, these connections, these boots on the ground, these connections city to city become really important. But yeah, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions before we open up to public hearing? No questions at the time. I will open the public hearing to speak to, for, or against establishing a permanent sister city committee. Seeing no one rise and no one on Zoom, I will close the public hearing. Any additional council questions or deliberations? I would simply say thank you, Councilor Blaylock, and to the committee in general. There's always it's hard to believe that this isn't a permanent committee already, just given the fact that diplomacy and citizen diplomacy doesn't get a day off. This should always be a priority of the city. Thank you for bringing this up and for making this permanent so that this work can continue regardless of council or direction of the blue ribbon committees that are set. This is important to keep up that work so that when there are times of strife, we have the opportunity of relationships already built. So thank you very much. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Your Honor, I'd like to move to suspend the rules to bring up third and final reading.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This
I
is the
move to
most
pass. I
confusing
move to
thing.
pass third and final reading.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Councilor Blaylock, and thank you to the members of the Sister City Committee. We are truly appreciative of the work, and the Mayor of Sant'Arcangelo is going to be here at the, I gotta get better. But my daughter can speak a little Italian now because of the work of the Sister City Committee. We'll be here, I believe, at the end of this month, March 27th to, is there?
The 30th.
Yeah, the 30th. So we'll be making folks aware of more of those activities, but really excited to host them once again. Next up, public hearing and second reading of ordinance amended to Chapter 10 zoning ordinance as follows. Rezone parcel described on the city tax map 209, lot 87 from single residence B, SRB, to Gateway Neighborhood Mixed Use Center, G2. And Article 4, zoning districts and use regulations, Section 10.440, Use 3.40, museum to be changed from S, special exemption, to P, permitted in Gateway, neighborhood mixed use corridor, G1 and G2. The zoning maps to be amended are referenced in the city's zoning ordinance at Chapter 10, Article 4, zoning and district use regulations referenced in the city's zoning ordinance at Chapter 10, Article 4, zoning and district use regulations, Section 10.421, district location and boundaries, Section 10.421.10, collectively the zoning maps.
Your Honor, we have Assistant Planning Director Peter Stith here with a brief presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. This hearing is a request from the Portsmouth Submarine and Maritime Association for their property located at 569 Submarine Way. Go to the next slide. They sent a letter in October requesting to be rezoned to Gateway and to allow museum as a permitted use in the district. The property, the history, they've received a variance in 1981 for the existing use. And any expansion they've done over the years has had to come to the zoning board, and as recent as 2023 when they were before the zoning board for a variance to add their visitor center. The council received this letter and then referred it to the planning board for their recommendation. The planning board reviewed this request and decided and recommended that they actually go to Gateway 2 and to allow museum as a permitted use in both Gateway 1 and Gateway 2 districts. And the next slide shows the change in the use tables. Where it currently is a special exception, which would have to go to the zoning board as well. So planning board thought that allow this, honor the request of the submarine museum to change this to a permitted use. And if you go to the next slide, this will show the map change where currently on the left it's existing at single residence B, and the proposed change to Gateway 2. This doesn't approve any sort of project. They are looking at maybe expanding the museum uses on the property, but those uses would be subject to the Gateway standards and site plan review. And in the Gateway, you do have a perimeter buffer, so they would have to, if they expand the property, the use on the property, they would have to have a more delineated buffer between the adjacent subdivision there on Leslie Drive, which is zoned single residence B. And that is all for this one, if you have any questions.
Any questions for Peter? We will now open it up to the public hearing. Speak to, for, against this change, specifically for the property known as, I guess, if that entire ordinance that I read didn't make it clear, it's the Albacore and the museum there. But if there are, we will open the public hearing. Speak to, for, against that change. Seeing no one rise, I will close the public hearing. Any additional questions or council or of the council? Wait a motion. Oh, Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to thank the planning board for looking at these changes in Gateway to allow museum as a permitted use without a special exception. This not only benefits the Albacore, and I think this is critical to remember, this will benefit our broader arts and cultural community because we can have museums in the Gateway District without having to go through the special permit process. Thank you.
I'd make a motion that we move to pass second reading and schedule a third and final schedule a third reading at the April 6, 2026 City Council meeting.
Second.
Any further discussion? I will simply say that agree with Councilor Cook, this benefits all museums, organizations in the Gateway, but to be able to do this for the Albacore, it's not I don't have to recuse myself. My dad has not been here for a number of years. It was his favorite board that he ever served on, was that of the Albacore. They do a fantastic job. If you are thinking about, popping in, especially with young kids, I would suggest that you do so. It is amazing what it represents in terms of our history, but it's also amazing just representing what we can do as a city. We got that boat into that spot. It took an entire community, and it was probably one of the greatest days of Portsmouth, that ingenuity, the strength and determination to do so. May they have many more fruitful years speaking to the history of the Submariners here in Portsmouth. We are truly honored by their legacy. I will certainly be supporting this. All in favor? Oh, Councilor Buddock.
Yeah, just to add to that, growing up there as a kid and being able to take school field trips there and learn, I guess I kind of took for granted because it was so part of our life. I took my friends from New Zealand there, and they don't have submarines in New Zealand. So they were, and their 5-year-old daughter were very impressed. But to see it through their eyes really made me appreciate what the Albacore is and how lucky we are.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Your Honor, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules to bring forward third reading.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I'll make the motion that we bring, pass third and final reading of the ordinance as presented.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Next, public hearing and second reading of ordinance amendment Chapter 10, zoning ordinance to change the zoning designation of the following parcel pursuant to Chapter 10, Article 4, zoning and district use regulations, Section 10.421, district location and boundaries, Section 10.421.10 of the zoning ordinance.
Your Honor, I move to pass second reading and schedule third reading at the April 6, 2026 City Council meeting.
Second?
There's a motion on the floor, and now we have the presentation. So we have it.
It's coming. It's coming. Peter's back.
All right. So these gateway map amendments are city-initiated zoning changes intended to better align with our master plan goals for mixed-use corridors, as well as the council's goal to provide more housing opportunities in the city. Next slide. A little background. The Land Use Committee, which was established during the 2022 to 2023, part of their work, they identified over 60 parcels near or adjacent to existing gateway districts. Of those parcels, they advanced 40 of them to be rezoned to gateway, and the council adopted those map amendments in the spring of 2024. If the next slide shows a map of the parcels that are outlined in red were those subject parcels that were adopted in 2024. And these amendments tonight kind of advance the continued work that was started by the Land Use Committee and then continued by the Housing Committee on the next slide. Their last term was 2024 to 2025, and they took up those additional parcels that weren't initially forwarded. Some of those were incorporated when the council adopted the Gateway Neighborhood Overlay. So what remains, there are 10 parcels that went to the Planning Board, and they voted in January to advance those to the council. But first, this is the corridor map shown in the master plan. It's not parcel specific, it just follows mainly Lafayette Road, Woodbury Avenue, and Route 1 bypass. But they call for concentrating mixed-use development, housing, and employment along these major corridors. And the next slide has some actions from the current master plan, where mixed-use development is encouraged in existing commercial areas, and the proposed map amendments are consistent with these objectives as they are adjacent or located in these corridor areas. Next slide is the first property, which is 1000 Market Street. It's currently zoned office research and proposed to be zoned Gateway 1. And again, these changes will just allow for housing to be developed on these properties. Most of them are zoned either office research or industrial. Next slide is 3 properties along Morona Road. We have 1 Morona Road, 2 Morona Road, and 11 Morona Road. And they are currently adjacent to Gateway 2, which is the orange to the east. And so these will be changed to Gateway 2 as proposed. Next slide is 2059 Lafayette Road, currently zoned mixed residential business. This property is under construction actually for an 8-unit apartment building, and it is proposed to be zoned Gateway 1, which is shown across Lafayette Road and then to the south across Hoover Drive. And then the final slide is properties adjacent to that big building is Walmart there. That's all the red area is Gateway 1. And so there's a property at 199 Constitution Ave, 20 Post Road, 70 and 100 Heritage, and then 55 Heritage. So these are all adjacent to the existing gateway, and they're proposed to all be zoned Gateway 1. So that's a summary of the map amendments. If there are any questions on those?
Council questions before the public hearing? We'll open, Councilor Tabor.
Peter, we did have a parcel on that list that was on Shearwater Drive. Did that become part of the GNOD?
Yes, everything along Portsmouth Boulevard.
Yeah, okay.
Any other questions before we open it to public comment? Opening the public comment to speak to, for, or against the proposed zoning amendments.
Good evening again. I sort of hate to be a bit of a downer on the Morona Road. You also have in your packet this evening a letter regarding what will happen to the property on Banfield and what the family would like to do in the future. So the obvious is that if you have the 3 properties on Morona and you rezone those to mixed-use residential, whatever, then suddenly when you come back with what's in your packet of potentially 392 apartments on a piece of property that's pretty degraded and pretty polluted, it won't be spot zoning, will it? Because you'll already have properties rezoned going from basically Lafayette down to Banfield and across that will be zoned for residential, mixed-use residential. So I question you, is your discussion of making Morona Road part of the gateway, is that just to further down the road on Banfield, to make Banfield fully residential? And can you do that on a piece of property that is currently under litigation? And what's being discussed between the family that is litigating against the city and Portsmouth Housing Authority for the property on Banfield, and why are you doing this on Morona? It's all just a little bit too pat, a little bit too easy. But you do have that big development that the family would like to do on Banfield, and this would just make it a little bit smoother. The other question that I have, and I didn't live here long enough, many of you have. Councilor Blaylock, you grew up here. Councilor McEachran, Mayor McEachran, you grew up here. How many of you remember the fact that Morona Road was used as a dump, as a landfill? And there are those in this city who continue to talk about the fact that they have to re-blacktop certain pavements because they keep sinking. So I just ask you to do a little more research before you start blithely building all over the city. As much as we do need housing, I think you should be a little more objective about where you put it, because a Superfund site that's being litigated is probably not a good idea, and neither is Morona Road. But here we are. Anyway, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Paige. Any other speakers, to, for, or against?
Esther Kennedy, Pickering Ave, Portsmouth. And I guess to follow along with what Paige was saying, my concern is anytime you take industrial and changing it to where people can live, you really need to know what's underneath there, or you have a liability. And Morona Road, I remember years ago sitting in Mr. Gamester's office and watching them pave and how they have to pave it every year because the trash was settling. And so I have to ask you, is this prudent? Is this the way to go, in particular in that area? It's an industrial for a reason. It was industrial for years. It was a trash pit all along there. We know that. We know that Banfield and probably has a lot of the same things as Coakley and the base. And we know on the base they won't let you build any structure for human living. Jones Ave, we know, has the same thing, and we've had a huge amount of cancer cases on that Ave. So I guess I have to ask you, are you setting the city up by making this zoning change in an industrial area where we know there's a lot of stuff dumped? We know that for a fact. It's on the records. And I agree with Paige. Are you trying to do this so that you can, because of a lawsuit, go for Banfield and not look like you're spot zoning? That's a question I'd ask my city management and my legal. But you make this zoning. You know, one person said, why are you going tonight? And I said, because I know what's there. I have seen it on the maps. I've seen it on the environmental impact maps. And if I didn't go and I had a friend move there and buy things innocently that were built, then I can't say that I didn't do what I could do. So now I'm putting it on your laps to do what you can do. And I would really caution you to look at industrial zones that we know were industrial zones for centuries. And we also know that when Pease was really going full-fledged ahead, there was a lot of things dumped there that are toxic. We know that they were in Banfield, we know they're on Jones, we know they're in Coakley, we know they're in Tolan. We know Tolan has affected our water, going to potentially affect our water. We know Coakley is affecting a lot of things. So I ask you, before you do the zoning, ask the city management, the environmental people, talk to the EPA, do your due diligence. Because the fact that you're here tonight trying to do zoning for moving industrial off tells me you don't know. So I've just warned you. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Any other speakers? Paige, second bite at the apple. Come on up.
I realize this is a conjecture. I realize this hasn't gone before TAC, it hasn't gone before the different boards, but I ask you to think, where are the public sewer lines right now? Where is public water? Does it go down Banfield? is there public sewer on Banfield? Or would you have to bring it cross lots from community campus if there's public sewer at community campus? How do you intend to bring the public sewer in for a massive project of potentially 392 apartments? Now, that's also traffic. You have a blind hill going over St. Pat's, down to Banfield, down to right to the left, right behind St. Pat's, right next to St. Pat's, is the piece of property on Banfield that you're in litigation with. But every single afternoon, anybody who goes to the post office in the middle of the afternoon realizes that there are parents lined up on Banfield Road, stopped dead in both directions, waiting to turn into St. Pat's to pick up their children. That's fine, we all know it. Those of us who live in the area figure it's going to be there, so we stop. But what about all of those 800 cars that you now have at the 392 units that come whizzing up and over a blind hill, and the next left is into their apartment complex? There is a lot to be considered with this piece of property, and I know it's not been easy for the city.
Paige, just sorry, I don't mean
Yes.
to interrupt, but what property, you're talking about the letter that's in here separate,
Banfield Realty with the maps suggesting what they would like to do with it.
but separate from the zone, like, I'm just want to be clear.
Yes, it
separate
is.
from the
Yes, but it
zoning,
is.
on the other
my
side of Beverly
apologies.
Hills. Okay.
It's
just-
all one and the same.
okay, but there's no proposed zoning, or there's no proposed project on the maps, like, the letter is
The letter is what they
specific to
would
another-
suggest, yes.
Okay, but not the properties we're discussing.
No,
with this.
but you
Okay.
do have the two
Okay.
properties. My apologies, Mr. Mayor, but with all due respect, you have the two properties between Heritage Avenue and Capitol Avenue.
Okay.
They go through, and the question is, do you have the sewer potential to handle that? Now, that's something that obviously Peter Rice could probably answer in a nanosecond. I'm just here to say, slow down, take a deep breath, and look at where you're developing, or where you're thinking you're going to develop. Because it may not be, you may not want to rezone some of the industrial. It's not commercial, it's industrial zoned. You may not want to so quickly make that residential, or mixed-use residential, zone 2. Anyway, that's all I'm saying is there's more to this whole puzzle than you think. And I'd like to take 2 seconds, even though it's a public hearing, to take a shout out to DPW during the last winter, because they were on top of it and they did the best damn job they could.
Paige, I'm going to take umbrage with that, saying it's the past winter. We're not through this winter yet. But don't, I want to go on the record right now that if we have more snow, it is Paige Trace's fault.
Oh, of course. But you see, I listened to those trucks go by my bedroom window all night long. So I know they're working and I know when they're working.
Absolutely.
So I pray to God we're not getting more snow, but I don't think we are.
Thank you, Paige. Anybody else speaking on this? I'm going to close we're going to close the public comment. Seeing none on Zoom, nobody rising. Councilor Tabor.
Yeah, this is, I think, a tribute to Beth Moreau's persistent, because this came about during the Land Use Committee, and rather than do everything at once, some of it was held back. And we did talk in the Housing Committee about the mix of residential and industrial, and I think we're just allowing the market to dictate what happens. And if somebody has a lucrative industrial parcel, they're not going to sell it and turn it into housing. And lastly, these parcels were recommended for action to the planning board from the Housing Committee long before anything with Banfield Realty. So this came out of a review of where could housing happen that isn't happening now. And, 80% of the city is in residential neighborhoods, so this proposal gives us 56 acres that are now zoned to allow housing that would not have been zoned that way. And I think that's a big step forward.
Thank you, Councilor Tabor. Councilor Morone.
I mean, I'd like to go back. I mean, the Morona Road, especially that area, was actually part of our original discussions when we created Gateway. There was a lot of discussions around that area being mixed use. So I feel like this is just building on what we've been talking about for years to move forward. And it has nothing to do with what's across the street. We haven't even discussed Banfield Road or any of the properties on there and changing them. We're trying to stick close to the actual corridors. So I think that the parcels that were picked, they were picked very selectively for that specific expansion of a gateway and not off the beaten path. So I just like to make that very clear.
Thank you, Councilor Morone. Councilor Blaylock.
And yeah, just a little history on Morona Road. The Baronskis were nice enough but they named it after Mike, Ronnie, and Nancy. So that's why it's called Morona. So,
Fair enough.
Yeah.
The question for the city attorney, raised in a public hearing, if there is a change from in this place to industrial on Morona 1, 2, and 11, moving from industrial to to the neighboring, and I believe the neighboring on one of these is a it's a G2, Gateway 2, right next to the daycare that's there. Is there any issue for the city in terms of what may be under that for a future developer to discover? Would we be held liable for the decision to move from industrial to a other zoning use?
Well, that's a complicated legal question, but my gut reaction is no. The owners of that property, past, present, future, would be liable for any contamination that's on the property.
Thank you. Any further questions on this? Do we have a motion on?
Yes.
We do.
John Paper.
John did. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Next up, and given that there was public comment on that, we will not have that sail through the third reading. Okay, we're on to the elderly exemptions. Public hearing and adoption of resolution pursuant to RSA 72:39-B. The city hereby amends the elderly exemption based on assessed value for qualified taxpayers such that the exemption shall be available only when the qualifying taxpayers have a net income of not more than, and we've had the presentation, but we will be back with another presentation to refresh the memory with Roseanne Lentz, our city assessor.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. I am going to go over the presentation that I did a little bit last week, but then I have a little bit more to add to it based on information that I provided in the council packets this past week. So annually, the City of Portsmouth reviews income and asset levels for both the elderly and disabled exemptions and makes recommendations based on these levels pursuant to RSA 7237B and RSA 7239B. Again, last year, the City Council increased the income levels for qualifying elderly and disabled taxpayers to the following levels. Income single went to $55,534. Income married went to $72,804, and the asset limits remained the same as in prior years to $500,000. Next slide, please. At the last meeting, February 17th, 2026, City Council meeting, the City of Portsmouth Assessor's Office brought forward 3 recommendations to the City Councilor, along with a 4th option. Those options were option 1, adjust the income limits reflective of the 2026 increase for Social Security recipients of 2.8% as follows. Single, up up to $57,089, an increase of $1,055. Married increased to $74,843, an increase of $2,039, and leave the asset levels the same. Option 2 was adjust the income limit reflective of the increases in the November to November Boston, Cambridge, Newton, Mass, New Hampshire Consumer Price Index of 2.77% as follows. Single, increase to $57,072, an increase of $1,538. Married, $74,821, an increase of $2,017, and again, leave the asset limits the same. The third option was to do nothing. I, at that meeting, brought forward a fourth option, which was to adjust the income asset levels as follows. Single, $65,000, an increase of $9,466. Married, $85,000, an increase of $12,196. And the asset limits to $750,000, a $250,000 increase. Now, in your council packet, you'll see that there was information brought forward to you concerning taxpayers that applied for 2024 and 2025 that were denied the elderly exemption. So if you look at that information, this is going to show you basically what that information provided has broken down to. So if you look at the number of applicants, which were 32, 72% of those applicants were single that were denied. Next slide. The reason of the denials were over the income limit, 24 of them, which was about 75% of the applicants. 6 were over the asset limit, which was about 19%. And those that were both over income and asset were 2, which was about 6%. Income limits are the primary reason seniors are denied. Next slide, please. So based on this information that these denials happened, the average income of those that were denied for single taxpayers were $62,533, and with a median of $60,281. Those that were denied married, $83,544 was the average, $82,150 was the single. In that, married applicants reported about a $21,000 higher income on average over single. Several of the denials were really close to the income limits for single taxpayers, ranging anywhere between $1,000 to $1,500. Next slide, please. So the assets showed that for the single taxpayers that were denied, they didn't qualify in income, but they would have qualified on assets. For singles, it was $314,633 on average for single. The median assets were $258,404. For married, average was $222,414. The median assets were $235,342. Most applicants are well below the $500,000 asset limit. Asset denials occur primarily when assets exceed $600,000 to $780,000. The highest reported asset level for those that were denied were $783,883. So again, the majority of income, these people were qualified based on assets, but they weren't qualified based on income. So additional observations just out of those that were denied for these past 2 years. Most applicants fell in the age range of 75 to 79 and 80 plus. Very few applicants were under 70 that were denied. Or very few applicants were under 70. This indicates that the program is primarily used for older seniors on fixed incomes. Single applicants were denied between incomes ranging between $56,000 and $67,000. Married applicants were denied with a range of $80,000 to $83,000. This suggests many seniors are moderately above current limits as far as single taxpayer is concerned. My additional review and when I brought forward the option number 4 is what we looked at, the savings of the elderly household and what they would need to supplement their income to come close to the median household and the per capita income levels. This indicated that $750,000 in a savings account earned 5% interest, and withdrawing $45,000 per year was needed to come up close to the median household and per capita income levels reported for the city of Portsmouth. Their savings would be exhausted by age 87. And the next slide just shows you where that income was generated from, and I got it and plugged in numbers on a retirement calculator to come up with that range of how long it would take somebody at $750,000 to draw down their income to supplement Social Security, and that's what this next slide will show. If single and married taxpayers on average receive Social Security, which is about $33,000 for single, and I'm assuming $66,000 for married, and then they drew down $45,000 per year based on $750,000. That's what their total income would be, which is close to what the median per capita income is and what the median household income is for the city of Portsmouth. So again, I just wanted to put in that when I looked at what the overall impact would be on the city of Portsmouth, it would be an additional 4 cents on the tax rate if about 20% of the taxpayers, which would be these two 2024 and 2025 denials, were to receive the exemption.
Thank you, Roseanne. Any questions for Roseanne? Councilor Bagley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is it correct that we have roughly 52% owner-occupied and 48% renter-occupied dwellings in Portsmouth?
I don't know that answer.
Okay. Would it be correct that if you are a renter, all of these exemptions are not available to you?
No, they wouldn't be. They have to be owned by, they have to be occupied by a property owner and own the property.
Okay, so if the numbers are correct, roughly half of our residents, even if this were to pass tonight in any form, they would be unable to take advantage of it because of
Right,
the
they're
lack of
renters, they're
ownership.
not property owners.
Right. And the median household assessed value in Portsmouth is right around $750,000.
Right now, it's right around that, yeah.
So even though that's not included in the assessment, it would be fair to say that for the median household, they'd be looking at 1.5 million in net assets potentially and still qualify for this exemption.
Right, but they wouldn't be able to use their asset as a liquid asset for their home.
Do we honor RSA 7238-A?
And you'd have to tell me what that one is. And the second half of this is going to be, Scott's going to present that statute.
That is it,
Yeah. Which is the tax deferral. He's going to speak to that because you asked for it, so he's going to do a presentation on that.
I think they go hand in hand because the way I'm looking at it is the budget is the budget. So any tax adjustments we give to any one group effectively penalizes all the other groups because they have to make up the shortfall. What I'm concerned about is we're leaving half of our population out of any chance to get this. And now what we're doing is we're protecting up to $1.5 million in assets that could be inherited by a second generation through tax abatement. When we have a tool with the tax deferral, which what you can do is you can apply for, if you're over 65 and you've owned your home for 5 years, what you can do is basically not pay taxes, accrue a bill and interest that when you either sell your house or your circumstances change, that's when the city would collect those dollars. My concern
not
is
not everybody can qualify for that deferral. That's up to the assessor whether you qualify or not, and typically you still have to show income and assets for that deferral. So a lot of times the elderly will not apply for that because it places a lien on their home. And if you're 80 years old, that's a scary concept. You also, if you have a mortgage on that property, you have to get the lien holder's permission to put that lien on the home. A lot of mortgage companies will not do it. So it's not a given that you get that deferral. You have to apply for it you have to be granted it, and if you have a mortgage on that property, you have to have the lien holder sign off, because then the lien from the city of Portsmouth also takes precedent if it comes to a foreclosure.
Right, but if you owned your home free and clear, this is something that would be available to you if you're
Right, and
over
we
65
offer that
years
to
old.
everybody. Everybody knows about that. You can't force somebody to apply for that. It places a lien on their property.
Right, but and then they don't have to pay those taxes. So it's not like it's without benefit.
No, they pay those taxes when they sell the property, plus interest. That lien is a
Yes.
lien that they pay those taxes back to the city of Portsmouth, plus interest.
And I guess that's what my concern is that we're giving too much of a tax break to one group and penalizing the rest of the residents of the city by creating up to $1.5 million in inheritance potential without the city being able to recoup any taxes on that.
Well, if you're 60 years old and you have $750,000 in the bank and you die and you have a $750,000 house, then yes, that would be correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the council? And there's another portion of the presentation. Would like
Yes.
to go through that
Yeah.
now? Thank you, Roseanne.
Kind of stole a lot of my presentation there, but.
But Scott, you're here.
Happy to continue.
And it's almost 10:30, so.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name's Scott. I'm one of the assessors here in Portsmouth. In addition to the elderly and disabled exemption previously presented, New Hampshire State Statute RSA 7238A authorizes municipalities to grant a property tax deferral to qualifying elderly and disabled residents. Under this statute, the assessing office may approve a deferral of all or portion of the property taxes due, plus interest at the statutory rate of 5% annually, when payment of those taxes would create an undue hardship or could result in potential loss of the property. If granted, the deferral results in a recorded lien at the Registry of Deeds. The total amount deferred may not exceed 85% of the property's equity, which provides a financial protection to the city. Next slide, please. The eligibility requirements through RSA 7238A to qualify for the deferral program, an applicant must meet the following criteria: be at least 65 years of age or eligible for the disability benefit under Title II or Title 16 of the Federal Social Security Act, be a resident and have occupied the property as their primary resident for at least 5 consecutive years if applying as an elderly, or at least 1 year as applying as a disabled. Obtain a written approval from the mortgage holder if the property is encumbered. File an application annually no later than March 1st following the notice of tax. If approved, the deferral applies to the most recent tax bill issued by the city. Next slide, please. Who should consider a deferral? The tax deferral program is intended for residents experiencing a genuine financial hardship. It may be particularly appropriate for individuals whose property tax obligation is placing strain on their ability to meet basic living expenses or may have otherwise considered selling their home due to the tax burden. The purpose of the statute is to provide stability and allow qualified residents to remain in their homes during the period of financial difficulty. Next slide, please. Advantages of the deferral program. There are several advantages to the statutory deferral option. The interest rate of a delinquent property tax is 8% annually. Under the deferral statute, the interest rate reduces it to 5%. The program supports aging in place for qualifying seniors. Deferrals may be granted for a single year or a recurring annual basis subject to review each year. The deferral may be utilized in addition to the elderly or disabled exemption when an exemption alone does not sufficiently reduce the tax burden. It's important to emphasize that a deferral is not a forgiveness of taxes, but rather a postponement of payment. Next slide, please. Additional tax relief options. In addition to the exemption and deferrals, the city administers and provides access to other tax relief mechanisms, including exemptions for improvements made to assist persons with disabilities pursuant to RSA 7237A, financial hardship relief through the statutory abatement process, and the State of New Hampshire Low and Moderate Income Property Tax Relief Program. Detailed information regarding these programs are available on our website. And just a recap and maybe to anticipate some questions. Currently, we have no one in this program, so 0 actually. We did have a few this year that began the process but did not arrive for the March 1st deadline. Participation has historically been limited. However, the program serves as an important safety mechanism for residents facing hardship. Is this effectively shifting the burden to the future taxpayer? No. The deferred taxes remain owed and accrue interest. The program does not eliminate the obligation. It merely postpones the collection under the structured statutory safeguards. And does this program present financial risk to the city? The statute limits total deferrals to no more than 85% of the property's equity value. Additionally, the lien is recorded and secured, which protects the city's financial interests. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Any questions on either presentation before we open the, we'll go Councilor Hopkins and then Councilor Flynn.
I think my question was for the first portion of this and the applicants for the exemption. You said most applicants fall into like 75 plus years old. And very few are under 70, so that probably answers my question. I was wondering how many folks are young and disabled that are applying for these types of credits, or are we not seeing that as much?
We're not seeing that as much. We only had 2, and ever since I've been here, it's always been a very small pool of disabled that have qualified because they have to be receiving Social Security benefits in order to qualify for it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't really have a question. I just want to say that, to me, thank you. This is something we need to lean into to create conditions for people to stay in their homes. And the fact that it's such a small pool, and such a small adjustment, I'm just, this is the sort of thing that people that I'm meeting in my neighborhood are talking about and asking me about. So thank you. I don't know if that was out of turn, but
I will say I've been here for a long time, and the pool continually gets smaller. We have our elderly are selling or dying. They're having a hard time. We see them all the time come in. They continually ask us, has it gone up enough where I qualify? So we see the need to try and catch up with income levels that are falling behind for the elderly. So,
yeah. And I would just add that I did do a quick search on the website, sort of like navigational. I was like, oh, it's very easy. All the information is there on the assessor's page under tax relief comprised there. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Assistant Mayor.
Thank you. Just a quick question for your numbers. As you were talking, for the 750, how many of the previous year applicants were denied for that asset limit?
Oh, before 2024 and 2025?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay.
The state of New Hampshire doesn't really allow us to keep lists of elderly, so I just tried to get some information together for the last couple of years because it's really good information to have as to who's being denied and the range they're being denied, but I'm really not allowed to keep lists like that.
Yep.
So
that makes sense.
Yeah.
I just wonder if as I look at option 4 and it says the increase of 750, if there is an option or you see that there would be a large denial rate, if that was, say, to increase, say this year, just like 125 versus the whole 250 and maybe do it in a slower incremental increase, if you feel that would be detrimental to some that apply, or if you feel that would still alleviate a lot of the stress on the residents that are applying.
No, that's why I brought forward the other analysis that I did, because it's showing you that those that are applying, a lot of them aren't reaching that $750,000, but they are coming closer to $600,000. So the council has the option of trying it and seeing how many qualify and then moving forward every year. Every year you look at the income, so you can look at the assets every year. You know, so if you're not comfortable with the whole 750, but you want to try and capture those that you really see on those 2 lists that I gave, you can start there.
That's what I mean, just as to share with me, that's what I was kind of thinking, and I think you're right on the money with the income. I think that's very clear. I do think the asset, I would like to give it a little bit of room to capture as we're kind of trending towards some of the 600. So that's why I would think that, to look at just doing an additional $125,000 in the assets to give that little bit of a safety net of that $50,000 over kind of where we're seeing people trend to.
Just trying to get my list so I can see. So if I was going to recommend something other than the $650 or the $750,000 based on what I'm seeing here and based on the presentation, I would ask the council to consider $600,000 to $650,000 tonight.
Okay.
And that would probably capture the majority of these people. We right now have people applying for this exemption hoping something like this goes through. Because we're getting really close to the date that they can apply, which is April 15th.
And you said between 600 and
650, yeah. I mean, and then next year, look to see who else is coming in and who's not qualifying based on those limits. But if you look at those that are being denied and you look at where the
denials are falling.
Yeah, where the denials are falling. The outliers are about 750 to 783.
Yeah, so that's like a big delta
Right.
to jump up
Yeah.
to.
Just a parliamentary inquiry. Because this is a published hearing, do we have the options of changing any of these numbers?
We have in the past. You can change them as long as you're not exceeding them, you can change them.
Great, thank you.
Because you're having a public hearing tonight and you're not offering anything more than what you're doing tonight.
So we can go one direction but not the other.
Correct. Oh, and I should let Susan answer that. Answer that for her.
The words right out of
Sorry.
my mouth.
No.
Thank you very much.
Counselor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. When I'm looking at the analysis and why you chose 750,000, I mean, it's logical to me because you're looking at average lifespan, which getting to basically if somebody starts at 65 with $750,000 and they're only withdrawing $45,000 a year out of that savings to supplement their Social Security, which does not quite get them to median income for Portsmouth, they're still going to run out of money by the time they're 87, which is average lifespan right now. So if we change that and reduce that, we're looking at taking them back to around 80 years old and having them run out of savings.
Yeah, we were discussing that, and it actually, I think it's coming down almost into like 78, somewhere like that. So yes, very close to that. So they will be running out of money at $750,000. I've done some research on it, so that's why I looked at that number and said, I know that number, based on the elderly that I've been talking to, is a number that gets them, hopefully, to withdraw out of their savings so they can survive just on Social Security.
And my understanding also is this estimates that they have a rate of return of 5% on their investment. And so if they're invested in safer investments, they might only be earning 3.5%.
Correct.
So they might not make it to 87 at 750,000.
Correct.
Counselor Cook. Counselor Bagley.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I understand correctly, I know it's hard to estimate, but you're forecasting a roughly 4% change would be if we voted to pass this?
An increase of 4%, so it would be an estimated total of 11 cents. Every last time without that option 4, it would have been 7 cents. But if I'm going to add the 750 and everybody that's on these two lists was going to be approved, which is about 20% more at full, remember, I'm estimating based on the full amount of each one of these exemptions. A lot of these individuals never reach the full amount because their assessments are below that. But I'm estimating it at the worst case scenario of an additional 4 cents. So it would be 11 cents.
All right, so 4 cents on a median price house. So median in Portsmouth is $762, but say if we use $750, that's about $300 for the 4 cents.
Yeah, it's a little late, but I trust you.
Okay.
All right.
Counselor Cook.
No, sorry. I didn't mean to have my hand up.
Oh, sorry.
I just was thinking.
Do we want to get to the public hearing? Oh, first the motion to go past 10:30. Wait, a motion to go past 10:30. Somebody has to do it.
Oh, I'll make the motion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed?
There you go.
I get up at 5:32.
Yes, common sense would be $138.
So we will open the public hearing, speak to for or against this as, or the options as presented. Seeing no one rise, we'll close the public hearing. Any additional council questions and deliberations? Councilor Hopkins.
I just have a comment. Thank you for bringing this to our attention, because the numbers are tricky, and assessing things is not an easy task. But I think what I appreciate most about this is that it speaks to who we want to have in our city, who we want the city to belong to. And I think community care for our elders is important. That's one of my personal values. So I thank you for putting that value and, reaching that conclusion of, we want this Portsmouth to include our elders in a comfortable, manner. Thank you for putting numbers to that and trying to get that functioning. So I really do appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilor Hopkins. Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I move to adopt a proposed increase in the elderly exemption and the disabled exemption to the limit set forth in option 4.
Second.
I don't know if we can only do, we have to do
Yeah, do
one at
one
a time,
at a time,
correct?
right.
I'll amend that just to say the elderly exemption first.
Is that right? We can, yeah, gotta do one at a time. All right.
Yeah,
Any
you did
discussion? Councilor Belair.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I just always, the people that have lived here the longest are going to be our elderly neighbors. They've kind of always think of them. They've kind of paved the way before us. They've paved the road before us. But I also the most sensitive members of our community. If something bad happens to me, I can go get another job. I can get a second job or a third job or whatever. But if I'm, a little bit older, if I'm over the age of 80, it's not going to be easy to go get another job. So I think we need to look after our members of our community.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. One of my biggest concerns is always people being able to stay in their homes, because we don't have alternate housing to provide them in the community. So if an individual or a couple can no longer afford to pay for their property taxes, you can only apply so many years for a lien against your house when you're concerned about losing your home. And then at some point, you're really concerned about how much equity do I even have to go anywhere else. And in the city of Portsmouth, it's very difficult to sell a home and have somewhere else to go in the community, beyond just the fact that home prices are very high. There's not a lot of availability. And so these residents are stuck at an age that they would have to relocate long distances away from family and friends potentially that live here. And that puts them at a distinct disadvantage in aging, and it impacts their health. So when people have to leave their communities at an older age. So I think it's really critical that we focus on investing in that community and keeping them here for the duration of their lifetimes, which means increasing these limits.
And Councilor Cook. Councilor Bagley.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. In the past, I've voted for this exemption because I do think it's important. But I do think it's important that we recognize that, about half of our seniors don't own their homes. They rent. And this leaves them out in the cold. And not only does it leave it out in the cold, but now instead of those homes being taxed at the median value, $500 additional for the exemption, it's now going to be closer to $830. And at some point, I think we've gone too far in giving a discount to some people that excludes others. If everyone in town owned their home, I'd support this, but we have close to a 50-50 split between renters and owners, and this leaves renters out in the cold.
Hey, Councilor Bagley, I just do want to point out a 4-cent tax increase, and we're talking about 11 cents, is a $30 tax increase. It's not a $300 tax increase. 4 cents on so we'll do the math. For a $750,000 home, you are talking about every 1,000. So you take that as 750, multiply 750 by 4 cents, and you get to about 30.88%, or $30 on a yearly average. So just
I'm doing my math wrong then. Is
you
what
are. Yeah.
I was confused.
Yep.
I was like, I have this tax
So,
30.
so it's a $30, and that's, represents, what now will be increased on 7, so it's increasing it by about, a third additional, or 50% more than what it previously was. I think that is important. There's it's not just because it's the most frustrating thing that we face. There are countless people that you will run into serving on the city council, more so if your wife allows you to go to Demoulas, which my wife smartly usually doesn't let me do it. Don't, because I spend a little more time talking. The tougher conversations that I've had there are been probably what Roseanne has had and what Scott has had, in folks that are very curious on what is going on with the exemption. And I was incredibly proud when we first did this. And Councilor Tabor, got to give you a lot of credit for being the leader on this, to start, saying what, can we do, and for Roseanne for leaning in so much to this exercise and saying, how can we increase these rates? And they went from not increasing for a long time to increasing for the first time. And, it's not that we've just been proud as a city of Portsmouth, but it's a lifeline to many seniors. I don't think that we are going to be able to support the growth in the city. And it's not like, it's not by accident that our city is a valuable place. It's a valuable place because there's a enormous amount of sweat equity that went into making Portsmouth what it is. It's not just because it is on the water. It's been on the water for 400 years. It hasn't been as valuable for 400 years. And so the idea that the folks that made it valuable by putting their efforts into, whether it was creating the Ceres Street Open or Market Square Day, or taking the votes and supporting changing Market Square to be what it is, removing the parking, that they would be in a position to somehow be priced out. These numbers are not people that bought their house 5 years ago. There is not a single person that's going to qualify for this, that, statute alone, you didn't move to Portsmouth earning $65,000 as a single person and bought a house that you are now looking to not be able to afford the taxes on. And so these are folks that have been here an incredibly long time, have been building this community. And if we can make it easier for those folks to stay, I think those folks will trust us more in the decisions that we have to make in terms of expanding the amount of housing options that we do have. So while I certainly am sympathetic to the folks that are going to be paying, myself included, $30 more on a yearly basis, and for the renters that still don't have that opportunity, I expect this to allow us to have more people on board with the types of changes we just made tonight, increasing the amount of housing that's possible here, because they won't look at that as increasing the value of their property so much that they will be forced to sell. And it's, in my belief, a very pro-housing move to make sure that those folks that are that have made Portsmouth get to benefit from that, get to retire and live in their homes and continue to share the stories of what makes Portsmouth the most desirable place to live. And so I will be supporting this, and I thank both Roseanne and Scott for the effort that went into doing this. And just I think that, just on a side note, it's hard to be the city assessor. It's not an easy job to have, and the fact that we have one like Roseanne who has worked as hard as she has to make sure that we are creating this opportunity for as many folks is not lost on me, and it shouldn't be lost on anybody in the city of Portsmouth. So thank you so much for going above and beyond, in this case again, to create an opportunity for more people to benefit from this.
Your Honor, I want to apologize, being off literally an order of magnitude in my numbers. The decision at $30 is a no-brainer. At $300, I had a lot of concerns. So that was entirely my fault. I was doing the math all wrong.
It's a testament that we should not go past 10:30 if we can avoid it. We were thinking
Andrew's
of a lot
math gets really
of
bad.
things.
I did want to mention one more thing, is that this Thursday, we're doing a lunch and learn for the elderly. It's at noon to 2. It's going to be at the Levinson Room at the library, and I encourage everybody to come. It's not going to just be looking at the elderly and the disabled exemptions. Everybody there will be able to discuss any exemption that the city offers, and I'll be doing a presentation also that day.
Thank you, Roseanne. So we have this, it requires a roll call vote because is that a, do we not have the motion? I
No,
thought-
we had a motion.
You had the motion by Counselor Cook.
Yeah,
Is it a
second.
roll? I should remember this. We will, just do it. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, unanimous. Next is, yep.
Disabled.
Yeah, you need to do
disabled.
disabled.
Yeah, that's what, I was getting to that, guys. You
Get a
have
little
faith. You have little faith turning, no, I was, all right. So I had just to turn the page on this to go to item E. Counselor Cook.
Your Honor, I move to accept the proposed increase of the disabled exemption based upon the numbers presented to us in option 4.
Second.
Any further discussion? Counselor Cook.
Do we need to have another public
We
hearing?
do, yep.
Yeah.
I will open the public hearing. Speak to, for, against. Seeing none and none on Zoom, I will close the public hearing. Any additional questions of the council? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none. Thank you both, Scott and Roseanne. Now we have the public hearing of resolution authorizing the issuance of refunding bonds of up to $8,500,000 to refinance certain outstanding bonds of the city so as to reduce interest costs and to pay all costs incidental and related thereto. We have first a presentation, which will be given by Nathan Money. Verbal.
Good evening, folks. Very verbal and very quick. In 2014, we sold a set of municipal bonds. They are callable bonds. There's a provision that allows us to do so after 10 years. In our analysis ongoing of our bonding situation, we identified that we had a key opportunity to call these bonds and refund them, effectively refinancing. We anticipate the savings of better than $443,000 as a result of improved interest rates. We seek your bonding authorization to do this refunding, and just FYI, it will take a supermajority of 6 members, and we do need a roll call vote.
Your Honor, I move to adopt the resolution as presented.
Second.
Any council questions? We'll now open the public hearing on the resolution of refinancing. We welcome Peter Huda.
Peter Huda, Portsmouth. So, councilors, my question is, what are we refinancing here? Which projects are included? I have never seen a place where we have various bonds, and you have to look at the date. I could not figure out, and I have all the data, what we were doing here and what projects. I looked at maybe Hobbs Hill, maybe Pease, I have no idea. So as a resident, I would actually like to know which projects will be included in here. And that is my public comment. I do not remember when we had just general obligations bonds with a date on here. So that means that you have to look it up, I have to look it up. So I kind of want to know what we're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you, Petra.
Esther Kennedy, 41 Pickering Ave, Portsmouth. I just can't say anything better than what Peter said. There's no information there. When we were looking at the thing for tonight, I was hoping to see what was going on and why the money was being transferred. So any information would be great. Again, please don't keep the public in the dark.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Are there any other speakers, to, for, or against, in the public comment? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Any questions for Nathan? Nathan, please.
The original bonds issued that are eligible for this current refunding were issued on June 25th, 2014 for the middle school renovations, Hobbs Hill water tank, Pierce Island wastewater treatment plant, and Pease wastewater treatment plant. The templates that I pulled and the review of bond council didn't call for us to include those in the resolution, but they are included in the city manager's memo explaining this request. I will definitely check with bond council about including that in the future. It makes sense.
Thank you, Nathan. Were you able to opine simply just on the position we're in to be able to refinance these bonds?
Am I able to opine?
Right, just so imagine, so, you know, often at city council, it's kind of easy to assume because we've done this a number of times, but just we've taken out bonds, refinancing, what this means to the layperson when they are looking at, you know, what are we doing with refinancing? Could you just give a high level of what, you know, this effort entails?
This is very much like refinancing of your home to find a more attractive interest rate over the course of the remainder of your mortgage, if you will. In this case, 20-year bonds were issued, and as we've reached the end of the first 10 years, we have the option to call them back, pay them off, and we issue new bonds to replace them, doing so with lower interest rates so that we can save over the second half of the life of the loan or the borrowing. We can save on the interest costs, which will have an impact of reducing the budget impact for this borrowing over the next decade. So, and this analysis, we do this analysis in tandem with our consultants at Hilltop Securities, and we review it all of this with our bond counsel at Troutman, and they signal to us when we are seeing things that they have vouchsafed them and they are in fact able to generate savings.
Nathan, Councillor Moreau, and then Councillor Bagley.
I just want to confirm that the new bonds that will refinance into are going to be 10-year bonds, not like the original 20.
Same life as the underlying bonds that they're replacing, yes.
Thank you.
Same maturity date ultimately.
Councillor Bagley?
And I never lose a chance to tout it, but we've had the AAA bond rating since 2013, which means that that's the best rating. So whatever the prevailing interest rate is, we're always going to get the best interest rate. And the risk of bragging for the city about that is the only direction we can ever go is down.
And what is the anticipated savings, again, for the public?
$443,358 was the estimate given to us.
Thank you. Any other questions? With that, we do need a roll call vote. June is grabbing the roll call as we speak.
Right. Assistant Mayor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Cook.
Yes.
Councillor Tabor.
Yes.
Councillor Blaylock.
Yes.
Councillor Bagley.
Yes.
Councillor Moreau.
Yes.
Councillor Flynn.
Yes.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yes.
Mayor McCackron.
Yes.
Unanimous, Your Honor.
Thank you, June. Next, we have a public hearing of resolution authorizing a supplemental appropriation of $400,000 from unassigned fund balance for the necessary expenditures related to outside counsel.
Your Honor, I move to authorize the supplemental appropriation for outside counsel fees of $400,000.
Second.
The attorney has a brief verbal presentation.
Good evening, everyone. There's a memo in the packet, but I can summarize the details. We were asked a Counselor Tabor asked for a report back with some details about the status of this litigation and the costs associated with it that are precipitating the request for supplemental appropriation. So for history, this suit was initiated in December of 2022. Banfield Realty LLC, which I'll refer to just as Banfield, filed suit against the city in federal court on an environmental claim. It's a complex environmental claim initiated by the most recent owners against a number of entities, not just the city, but also PHA and the former owners of this property, along with a real estate agent who was involved in the sale of the property. They claim that the city was responsible for dumping contaminated materials on their property back in the late 60s, early 70s, as part of the urban redevelopment project of the city's north end. Banfield Realty claims that there's a potential of $9 to $17 million in damages in order to remediate the property. And that is the substance of the lawsuit. So in March of 2023, we engaged the McLean Law Firm to represent the city, which is typical in such a complex federal litigation. So they have been representing us since that time. We've gone through a number of substantial discovery. As you might imagine, digging into records from the 1960s is an enormous task. A lot of those records related to the real estate that was involved in the urban renewal project by PHA. It also involved a substantial amount of research into the actual legal relationship between the city and PHA, which is a complex analysis, all which led to our council filing motions to dismiss us from the lawsuit. We don't believe that the city was involved. If there was any dumping of hazardous material on that property, that the city was involved in that dumping. That motion to dismiss was denied, but very thinly denied. So a lot of discovery has continued through the process. Hundreds of pleadings have been filed. Many court appearances have occurred. Depositions have been taken. And again, a lot of documentation has been dug up through the historic records. Over the period of time, the city has paid approximately $500,000 so far in legal fees to defend this lawsuit. At this point in the lawsuit, it's been determined that we have good grounds to file a motion for summary judgment. A motion has been filed, objections have been filed, and we're waiting for the court to schedule a hearing on that motion. If our motion is granted, we will be dismissed from the lawsuit. And we are hopeful, particularly based upon the analysis done on the motion to dismiss, that we're very close. Our position is there is no evidence that's been discovered in all of this time, doing all of this discovery, looking up all the documents and taking all the depositions that could support a claim that the city is legally responsible for any of the contamination at that site, assuming any of that contamination even had anything to do with the urban renewal project in the north end. So unfortunately, while we're waiting to have a hearing on the motion for summary judgment, we're also preparing for the trial, which is scheduled in November. That trial date comes with a lot of deadlines for additional discovery, including experts. And we have an expert disclosure deadline up and coming in the next month or so. Experts, environmental experts, are going to be very expensive. And there'll be a lot of time and effort put in by our attorneys and by the McLean Law Firm in defending us in this lawsuit. We're still very hopeful that the motion for summary judgment will be granted, but then there's always the opportunities for motions to reconsider and appeals. So while we're hopeful that our legal bills will end in the next 4 months or so, there's no guaranteeing that. And in order to continue to pay their fees and continue on with their defending the city in this litigation, this amount is what was determined to be appropriate with consultation with the finance department in terms of where we are with what we've already paid and where we are with going forward to get us through the end of this fiscal year.
Before we open it up for public hearing speakers, had a couple of clarifying questions. We have originally looked for a motion to dismiss. That was not successful. We are now asking for more money in order to have a summary judgment. My specific question is, it seems as though the summary judgment is going to be the first thing. That is in a few months, 3 months, you said, before?
The motion's been filed, all the pleadings are filed, and we're waiting for the court to schedule a hearing. So hopefully maybe next month we'll get a hearing.
Is there any possibility, and at the same time, we must continue to prepare for a trial in November.
Yep.
Is there any, do you think there would be any sympathy of the court to extend the deadline such for the court date in November for a time in the future that we could stop the effect of preparing for that trial and focus on the summary judgment aspects of this? And if doing so, would that reduce any or amount of money that we would have to propose as a part of this supplemental, or supplemental?
So we've already worked that strategy a little, and we postponed the trial that was supposed to be, I believe, this summer. We postponed it to the fall so that we could engage in this summary judgment motion in order to stop or delay the use of counsel fees past the summary judgment motion, but we can't delay some parts of that any further. And I don't think that the court would be entertaining of another motion to delay the trial until the resolution of the summary judgment motion. They are moving to delay the deadline for our expert disclosures, but they're most likely only going to be able to delay them for a month or so. So we've already attempted these tactics of delaying until we get an order, and we've delayed it as far as we think the court is willing to agree to.
Okay, and I'll get to Councilor Bagley. Just one more question on this. If our pleading for summary judgment is successful, at that point, would we then be preparing for trial, or would we be preparing for appeals to that summary judgment?
Appeals on the summary judgment.
And would we expect the expert testimony disclosures to be required if summary judgment is granted?
No, everything would be stayed and delayed until there was a final, assuming someone appealed it. You would wait until the order on the appeal.
Okay. And at any point in summary judgment, it's a significant amount of money that we've spent on this.
Mhm.
I think it creates it's frustrating to expend this amount of money on certainly any thing, but given everything that we're dealing with at the city, it's a heightened microscope. Is there any ability to extract legal fees from the litigants in this, and would we attempt to do so?
There's, generally attorney's fees are only granted when there is some type of bad faith on the part of the litigants, as part of the litigation. Whether there's any ability to extract money down the road for some type of resolution of the case, that's always possible. But as far as getting an order from the court for attorney's fees,
Okay.
it's
High bar.
highly unlikely, and it would require a lot of more counsel fees to make the effort.
So, final question. The $400,000 that we are both spending for the payment of fees already incurred this year and fees anticipated to be incurred in this fiscal year, if we have summary judgment and it doesn't go our way, that is to continue to prepare for this case and throughout the rest of the year. And if it does go our way, it would be, would those monies be encumbered for preserving or preparing for an appeal? Or would we expect to have potentially less monies allocated based on a different, or not having to procure expert testimony?
So I think what we're anticipating is that this amount of money would get us through to the end of this fiscal year, assuming we fully litigate the motion for summary judgment and we start hiring experts and we continue on with discovery and getting ready for trial. If something happens to cut that short, then we'll spend less than what we're anticipating.
I guess the only the thing that's, and we don't have an answer for that. My question is if summary judgment, if that hearing, do we expect a decision on summary judgment to happen before the end of the fiscal year?
I can only hope. Assuming we have a hearing in April, I would hope we'd have an order by the end of June.
Okay. So we're not going to be able to, I guess the frustrating part is that we could be out of this by June, or at least out of having to hire the experts, but we have to hire the experts before June.
Correct.
Because of that. I guess I would ask that additional efforts are made with this appropriation to see if there's a willingness of the court to recognize the unique position that we are in before the summary judgment is required, understanding every plaintiff has everybody has a right to a speedy trial, but considering the amount of money that we would be expending on this, it's hard, or it's important to at least ask that question. Sorry.
I can certainly ask our counsel to make those efforts.
Councilor Bagley, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we've spent roughly $500,000 to date,
Yes.
and that was starting in 2023. How much did we spend so far in this fiscal year?
In this fiscal year, I'm not sure I have that number. Nathan might have that number.
I think it's like 140.
Careful. It's late.
10:30, Chris.
I'm not sure we did the fiscal year numbers.
Yeah, our billing so far to date, 153,286, 153,000
For FY '26.
for FY '26.
And we're anticipating an additional 400 in
No,
FY '26.
We haven't paid the 153. This would be inclusive of the 153.
That was through January 31.
That we haven't paid yet.
We have not paid the 153,000. Is that correct?
We have paid. We have paid and have, for the better part of these 7 months of the fiscal year, anticipated an end to this next month and an end to this next month. And now you've just heard the story of when hopefully it will end.
Okay, so
Just to expound further, my challenge with this is, we're in a very tough budget year. We've got issues with health insurance. We're asking for cuts from all the departments. We anticipated this would be dismissed, so we wouldn't need much money, but then it wasn't. And now we're spending upwards of 1,000 hours researching for summary judgment. with a relatively, for at least this area, high-end law firm, it just seems like there might be some economies if we got lower-paid research-type people, because my understanding is this isn't overly technical legal. It's an overly research-heavy legal type case. I don't understand
It's a
the financial
it's actually-
budgeting of the legal department.
It's actually highly technical, the environmental law, and this is actually a case of first impression in regards to the city's relationship with the Public Housing Authority. So it would be a first impression in this jurisdiction. So it is highly technical environmental claim, and it's a very complex legal claim that's before the court that they're defending the city on. So this is typical of the expense that you will get from outside counsel. I think we saw even higher hourly bills in our McIntyre litigation, but this is, how outside counsel bills. And in order to prepare adequately for trial, this is the type of work that has to get done.
I guess I don't understand if it's that type of case, why we were optimistic that it would be dismissed then.
Because they lack any evidence that we were participating in any type of disposal of any type of hazardous material on the property. However, the legal standard on the motion to dismiss always weighs any possible facts in the favor of the defendant on the motion, and the court, by a very thin finding, decided that there was some facts and legal issues that needed to be resolved before the court.
So despite that thin finding, it's still a complex, highly technical case.
Yes, it is.
So the thin finding
Yes,
is
that's
not.
why I'm
so-
not a
Yep,
lawyer.
Yep, so just like, and I'm not a lawyer either, so the thin finding is not, or veiled, what was thinly veiled finding is the original word, I thought. But whether or not the court is going to give deference to the evidence to the plaintiff or not doesn't take away from the fact that the effort going into this
Right.
was to have the case dismissed, because on its merits, we believe that the case should have been dismissed, and that was not the case that, we were left with. I don't know if we, we could have last year appropriated more money on contingency that this would not be dismissed, but I think we would have had a similar conversation around appropriating more money for something that we didn't believe would merit at that time. And now that we have that information, I think it's a better, at least, use of funds, instead of over-commit funds on the city side, to accurately commit based on our best guesses on what would happen, and come back to the council with another request. I think that there's, I would really like to be able to see our legal counsel understand that the effort to go to trial before the summary judgment is a unfortunate amount, or an unfortunate alignment of resources and timing, that it would be certainly it would be great if we didn't have to do that. One question that I have is $153,000 has been paid this year for this up to January 31st. The expectation of what we are spending, the $400,000, is the months of February, March, April, May, and June. That is what the $400,000 reflects. Not the monies of March. Is that accurate?
No, it would include March, because we just got the bill for February just the other day, and that was $38,000 approximately.
Right, so February, so $32,000 for February, for March, for April, for May, and for June. That's our anticipated, is if we have to continue working on this case through the end of the fiscal year, that's how we're getting to that number, correct?
The math was 153,000 committed through January, and an estimate of 50,000 a year for the remaining 5 months, 50,000 a month for the remaining 5 months. So 150 plus 250, 400,000.
Real quick, though, Nathan, you said that we had already paid the 153,000. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Why are we then committing, why are we not committing 250,000 to this then? That's what I'm,
To cover those costs with an appropriation other than taking the dollars out of contingency.
okay. Got it. So so it was out of contingency. That contingency is going to be required for other aspects of our,
Yes.
and so we want to leave the contingency in that amount, and we want to properly and accurately reflect where that money is coming from, and that is the outside counsel. And so we're going to appropriate the money in the full amount, and instead of paying it out of contingency, we're going to take that money out of this appropriation.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Thank you. Councilor Tabor.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, City Attorney, for briefing on this and revealing the whole backstory. It sounds to me, well, first off, I think my initial reaction, I'm sure may have been that of other councilors. If any other department of the city, the schools, Public Works, the police had said, we need a $400,000 supplemental without detail, we would question that. So I appreciate that we've gotten the detail and it's now public and we can talk about it in public. And what's emerging is there is a clear litigation strategy, step-by-step strategy, and it's, you know, we're working for the best outcome with summary judgment, but planning for the worst outcome with the supplemental. The obvious question for us representing the taxpayers is, could this be done in-house now that all the discovery, the research of the documents has been done? And, you know, I fully appreciate that sometimes you need, you know, as a friend says, lawyers come in herbivores and carnivores, and sometimes you need a carnivore to litigate.
Also, I think that the billing reflects the amount of hours that are put towards this, and you would take all of my staff, all of our hours, and we would do nothing else. So that's the reason to go out to outside counsel for complex litigation. As much as all of us would love to play in federal court, that we would get nothing else done on the city's behalf if we would have, you know, obligations to do our very best in this litigation, and we would have to spend all of our waking hours on it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Tabor. Thank you, Susan or Attorney Morell. We will open the public hearing. Speaking to, for, or against,
Peter Huda. So in this past discussion, if I understand correctly, the bills that are going to come forward that you do have an invoice for or an estimate are $250,000. So my first question would be on a contingent liability. Now, this is an accounting concept, and what this means is contingent liabilities are potential obligations that arise depending on outcome of uncertain future events. For municipalities, these include lawsuits, environmental cleanup, or guarantees on loans. And then I'm looking at the CAFR on page 97, which covers this, commitments and contingencies. The second paragraph, after it discusses what Attorney Morell said, it is anticipated the city will incur additional attorney's fees as motion practice continues in the federal court. So basically, we knew about this last year, at the end of last year, and it wasn't put in there in a number form. So now it's coming forward on this. So my next question would be, in addition to the 250 that I think Nathan said was coming forward, there was also an amount in here of $55,000 that was for something else. Was that included, or are you going to need more money for that? So those would be my questions. The last question would be, I know this is very complex, but is the city paying for PHA here? How is the cost here after all of this discovery being separated? And I think if the city is paying that, I think the residents need to know, and the taxpayers and the council. So those would be my questions, if I understand your discussion right. If not, correct me. Thank you.
Thank you, Petra.
Good evening, Rick Beckstead, 1395 Islington Street. So I know a little bit about this property, knew about urban renewal, not saying that the city necessarily should be liable. I'm hoping it's something that is dismissed. The problem I have is we're in litigation and lawsuit with a property owner, and I'm not going to say names or anything like that, but how did we find it moral, responsible, that we then helped the owners that own this property, also own the bookstore on Lafayette Road for poor Walter. They own it. And the city helped to close, literally helped to close that property down, which led to, unfortunately, something that everyone would probably regret for the rest of their lives. We enforced a registration requirement. Now, I've been here for over 40 years, and cars and stuff like that have always been there. The bookstore has always been there. Isn't there a conflict of interest that we're in litigation and lawsuit, but the city helped to evict a man for the property owners in place? And I'm sure probably with the faces that I'm seeing, some people don't even know that that wasn't even a thing. That the property owners back in 2017 actually acquired the property. And we have what we have now. So I would be asking your legal and the city manager how we separate those two when we're in litigation and lawsuit. My heart, and I'm hoping I'm wrong, is we used it to negotiate maybe a settlement. Michael Caine, we did that. You guys went and negotiated with them to go and rezone the property, and you're going to be asked for an incentive to go up to 6 stories, and that's part of, kind of your requirement. I know you guys can all still say no for it, but I know the incentive as far as more housing is what the goal of this council is, so be it. You've got a letter in the packet, like somebody had mentioned earlier, from the property owners now that say it's toxic land, and they want to put, 350 plus units on it, families, homes. So I think the council has some questions, and I think legal, and I think the city manager owe the council an explanation. I know that's not going to happen other than closed doors, but at least want to raise it a point, because I saw a few blank faces there that nobody had any acknowledgement that the same company, the same owners of these two properties. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick.
Esther Kennedy, 41 Pickering Ave. I want to go again to what I said earlier. Now that you know this, you know you're in legal jeopardy. You're spending thousands of dollars on industrial land. Do you really want to do it on Marona Road knowing what's there? Do you really want to do it moving down Banfield or even on Heritage, knowing what's there? Is this just the start of future lawsuits? Until you get this one figured out, do you really want to change that zoning? I have researched this property. I've read what has been in the paper. I've read what was put in the packet. There's a lot of what-ifs about this. Rick is right. They own poor Walter's mortgage. Where's the conflict? Where's the conflict with Portsmouth Housing Authority? Where are your expenses? Petra's right. Are we paying their legal fees? How does that work? Again, think about knowing that it is in the Pease records, it is in our city records of what's buried there. And now you have soil samples to prove it. Do you really want to change the properties to Gateway? And I agree with Petra. I think the 400,000 is going to be a drop in the bucket. What Councilor Begg, using the people we're using. It could potentially be a lot more. And you're going to have to answer to that because you have no answer right now because you can't. It's in the courts. It's in the courts. But you need to think about being proactive and not reactive. And I really would encourage you to think about that third reading until this all gets through. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Any other speakers to, for, against the appropriation before the council? Seeing none, closing the public hearing. Any additional council questions or deliberations? I'll start us off with a couple of points. One, the $153,000 was expended already, invoiced at the end of January, was previously paid from contingency. This would allow for that $153,000 to come into this appropriation, with the additional $50,000 per month from February, March, April, May, and June, resulting in $153,000 plus $250,000, just so we're on the same page of that, and we are doing from an accounting practice, we're not taking this out of contingency, but reappropriating this from from the legal side of this. So that's one. Two, it is, I don't know, my dad convinced me not to be a lawyer. Sometimes it feels like that would have been a good gig. But he also said, you get the advice, advice is worth what you pay for it. This is high stakes situation where Portsmouth has a lot of funds that can be going after or sought after by folks. We've asked before, we will repeat again, we are not sharing the legal costs of PHA. Can we reconfirm that for the record?
Yes, we can. They have their own counsel. They're a separate entity, and they're being sued as a separate entity. So
it's difficult. We also pulled up we mentioned the McIntyre. One of the best things we did in the McIntyre was put the litigation on hold, and that meant we stopped spending as much money on the damn McIntyre because we didn't have to spend going through discovery, depositions. We did that to work out something. Would I, love to not spend money on this? Great, but I want this, summary judgment to be successful, and so we need to be able to spend money on this. I think the conjecture on whether or not there is a owner and the property that they purchased, and this is not something that I think is really worth the conjecture around. That was a difficult situation. We, as the city, they went through the court process, and the court process found that that house was, or that property was going to be foreclosed on. The sheriff served them that. Given that, it's difficult enough to defend this this lawsuit and prepare for that, but speaks to the fact that there are many people that are looking to sue the city on many issues. And this one, where we are very confident that we had nothing to do with this, is incredibly frustrating that we have to spend as much money on this as we have. That is just the reality that we exist as a city. And I will go back to my father's advice in that advice is worth what you pay for it. We entrust the city attorneys to put us in the best financial position that we can. I would hate to spend slightly less and lose this case and end up spending a lot more than to spend on legal counsel. I wish it was free. I wish there was an unlimited amount of lawyers that could do this, but that is not the world that we get to live in. Counselor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I debated whether or not to say anything about this. I may be the only one on the dais, I'm not sure, who very early on and after college, I worked as a paralegal, and I worked in complex environmental litigation. And I worked on cases similar to this one with multiple parties involved. They often last 8 to 15 years. One of the cases I worked on was over 20 years. And they had full-time staff. I was full-time staff on a case. And I was not the only paralegal. So there were 3 or 4 of us and a few attorneys. And so unfortunately, these types of cases are just very expensive. And they require a lot of expertise, a lot of research, a lot of work. It is, I would say, financial malfeasance on the part of the council to not defend the city on a litigation like this that could cost a significant amount of money if we didn't hire attorneys that had the expertise to handle this type of litigation.
Any other comments? 2 for against. Counselor Tabor.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that one of the crux of the case is that the plaintiffs feel that the property was misrepresented, that there was old toxic material there that they weren't informed about. They were partially informed, but not fully informed. And if that's the case, is there any way that the former owners can just, it would seem to me that the former owners would be on the hook for liquidated damages rather than the city. You know, as the mayor says, there's no clear provable trail back to the city in this case.
So the Copelands, the former owners, are, one of the parties in this lawsuit. And as I said, along with the real estate agency that was involved in the transfer of the property. And, it's well known that they operated an automotive salvage yard there. And, but despite that, people can sue you for anything at any time. And it takes a lot to defend a suit like this, particularly when you're looking for records from the late 60s and early 70s to try to prove a negative that we weren't involved. So it's taken a lot of time and effort for them to get to the point where they could file a motion for summary judgment they are very optimistic about, but of course there are never any guarantees.
Any other comments, questions the council has for the city attorney? Seeing none, we will have a roll call vote.
Assistant Mayor Kelly.
Yes.
Counselor Cook.
Yes.
Counselor Tabor.
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock.
Yes.
Counselor Bagley.
No.
Counselor Moreau.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Hopkins.
Yes.
Counselor Mayor McCackron.
Yes. Thank you, June. Next up, city manager's items which require action.
Thank you, Your Honor. The first item is a request for authorization to expend funds from the Lower State Street Pocket Park, known as the J. Smith Trust, as managed by the trustees of trust funds. The city is looking to complete maintenance improvements to this park. This park, for your benefit, was donated by J. Smith, and a trust for its maintenance was established. There's close to $100,000 in that trust, and the Department of Public Works is estimating the opinion of cost for the proposed improvements to be $26,000.
Your Honor, I'd move to authorize the expenditure of up to $26,000 from the Lower State Street Pocket Park, J. Smith Park Trust, to cover the cost of maintenance improvements to the park.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Second item is a request to schedule first reading of an amendment to Chapter 11, Article 2, Section 11.216B, relative to sewer use changes. As we discussed in our previous work sessions related to the study of a modification to the water sewer rate model, we are looking to allow for the adoption of fixed fees for sewer, and to do that, we need to create an amendment to the existing sewer use ordinance. This minor amendment will allow for the implementation of the fixed fees recommended in the rate study if the council adopts those fees as part of the budget approval process in June.
Your Honor, I move to schedule first reading of the amendment to Chapter 11, Article 11, or is it? Yeah. Section 11.216B, relative to the establishment of sewer fees at the April 6, 2026 City Council meeting.
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Item number 3 is a request to schedule a community power work session per the request of councilors previously discussed at a previous meeting. We've polled the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire folks, and both they and New Hampshire consumer advocate Donald Crease will be able to participate on Monday, April 20th at 6 p.m.
Your Honor, I move to schedule a community power work session on April 20th, 2026 at 6 p.m.
I second that.
Any discussion? Councilor Bagley?
Thanks, Your Honor. As you know, I requested this. It looks like, based on the latest data released by Community Power on March 2nd, about 2,950 residents of Portsmouth are going to be switched to Community Power this month, which would have started, I believe, on March 1st. And we're now at the 16th.
March 30, isn't it the deadline March 31st to switch out?
It's month to month.
Oh, month to month, okay.
Maybe Councilor Tabor knows. I thought it was during the month of March the changeover was happening. Is it the month of April?
Yes, the utility bills are staggered depending on when your meter read date is. And the switchover started right before the start of March through March.
And because of a couple of logistical issues, those postcards were not mailed until today, alerting people of this change. I do think, and I'll bring forward a motion to the next council meeting, we should consider just a blanket mailer to all residents of Portsmouth explaining their options and the pros and cons of the choices. It looks like it'll cost around $2,000 to $3,000 to do something like that, but I'll put that as a motion in the next council meeting.
Councilor Bagley?
Postcard issue.
Motion on the floor is still this work session. Appreciate the city manager reaching out to the consumer advocate, Donald Crease, and excited that he's going to be joining. Would note that the website is a little tricky only because it looks like it iframes another portal. I know that might be a security issue, but if we could make that easier and work to make that, I think that is joined by all, is to make it easy to switch, gives the most power to the consumer. But this is a work session, so we will discuss that and a lot of other things. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Item D, Your Honor, is a request for access easements for water services for 51 and 53 Chevrolet Avenue. This is a property that's since been converted to the condominium association, honoring previously requested access easements be granted.
Your Honor, I move to authorize the city manager to accept and approve the access easements for water services in a form substantially similar to the easement deeds contained in the agenda packet.
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
The last item is a request to dispose of a fire engine. It's an old fire engine. It's 20 years old. The make and model is listed in the packet. The fire engine was replaced by a 2025 E1 pumper, which was only taken into delivery by the department about a month and a half ago. And at the February 10th, 2026 meeting, the Board of Fire Commissioners, the commission moved to proceed with disposal of the older engine.
Your Honor, I move to authorize this vehicle be put out to bid in accordance with Finance Department policy.
Second?
I would like just to note that Fire Chief McCullen is still here as he waits for anything having to do with the fire department.
I brought that one up.
And Appreciate that. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. We are on to consent agenda where there are no items, presentations and written communications. First, email correspondence.
Your Honor, I move to accept and place on file.
Second.
Next, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next, a letter from Robert Graham on designated agent for Banfield Realty LLC and Green Valley Realty LLC.
Your Honor, I move to accept and place on file.
Second that.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Appreciate again the appearance of New Hampshire Secretary of State David Scanlon. On to letter or items under my name. We had already brought up my letter to the Honorable David Scanlon, New Hampshire Secretary of State. We have actually, because he requested this, a move to appoint acting city clerk. So we await a motion on the clerk pro tempore.
Your Honor, I am honored to make the motion to move to appoint June H. Philbrook as acting city clerk, clerk pro tempore, to the city of Portsmouth effective March 17th, 2026, to serve until a permanent city clerk is hired. This appointment is made in accordance with the city charter, section 4.2, New Hampshire RSA 48:8, and New Hampshire RSA 669:65 to fill the current vacancy in the office.
Second.
Before its vote, and nothing to take away from June, I do want to take another moment to thank Kelly Barnaby. It's really difficult to put into words what she has meant to me personally, and that pales in comparison to what she's meant to the city. But all of what we do, whether or not it is these meetings and we follow the charter or our elections, it is easy to see how a lot of this just works on the fact that I want a better word than the pomp and circumstance here, but just the day in and day out, the practices that we build both from statute and from charter build a legitimacy to a government that operates within the confines of our shared imagination of what government could do. I think that we have noticed over the last, certainly in my lifetime, the last decade's been rough in terms of not treating each other with civility, looking at one another as an enemy, saying, why do I have to follow that rule? Well, Kelly was always somebody, and continues to be to this day, that acted in a way that was dignified and brought a sense of service to the role that is really hard to replace. Kelly, you are missed, and many in Portsmouth love you incredibly much, and I appreciate all the time you took with us. There's never a right time to say any of that, but given that it was brought up today, it reminded me as we welcome June to this role that it is important to take the time and remind ourselves what the best part of government is, and that's the face that greets you when you need help, either voting, registering, all of the things that government actually does, and it is very little what we do on this day. So I know that that wasn't about June. It was fantastic, and we will love working with June in this role, but wanted to make sure that my feelings towards Kelly were not in any way misrepresented as somebody that gets that was honored to sit next to her for the better part of 6 years. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Next, the reappointment appointments to be considered. Reappointment of Jackie Kelly or Jacqueline Kelly Pitts. Wait, hold on. Reappointment of Jacqueline Kelly Pitts to the Recreation Board.
Your Honor, I move to reappoint Jacqueline Kelly Pitts to the Recreation Board.
Second.
Oh, these are,
Eight
oh.
voting.
That's what I was
Oh.
Sorry.
These
They're
are
to be
to be
considered.
considered.
No.
No, June put it there. She
Yeah.
told me that I was considering it as I was going to like this, and so
Well-
great job, already doing a great job, June.
I apologize, council, but as we know, these are just considerations, so the appointment will take place at the April
Yep.
6th meeting. So I apologize
Absolutely.
that it's not on there.
Yep. All right, so these are to be considered, both
getting excited.
Jacqueline Callie Pitts to the Recreation Board at the following meeting. And, you know, if you have any misgivings about Jackie, please bring them up to me, or if you're brave enough to her directly herself, it will be
I'm not.
No, she's fabulous.
the consider the appointment of Angus McDonald to the Portsmouth Housing Committee and the appointment of Oliver Chagg to the Portsmouth Housing Committee. So those will come up at the following meeting. There are on to grants and donations, which we have moved through, and now the city manager's information items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Quickly, in providing a response to the request about housing action plan and how we plan to achieve that by July, Planning and Sustainability Director Peter Britz provides the narrative in our packet. Essentially, we will work with existing staff and reallocate some of their responsibilities and incorporate such valuable pieces of information as the 2024 Places to Live dialogue, the set of recommendations put together by the Housing Committee, and as well as the recommendations from Progress Portsmouth. So we will be sure to meet that deadline of July. Item B is something that City Attorney Morrill and I recently discussed, which was a way to simplify the minute taking. And we wanted to make sure we stayed in full compliance with state statute. And if you have any feedback on the revised way to take minutes, which is essentially turning an action sheet into a memorialization of the minutes as well. Happy to take your feedback now or at any point in time. And the new parameters are something that June's already put into practice with the most recent set of minutes that you approved. In terms of an outdoor, yes?
There are questions.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. While I think that the new style of minutes is, they're easy to follow, reasonable, I am a little bit concerned about the linking to YouTube channel and how long the city can retain all of those videos, or how long we will be able to retain them on our YouTube channel for future reference. Because right now, if somebody goes back to look at minutes, you can go back 50 years and look at minutes and kind of get a really clear picture of what happened in a meeting that wasn't recorded. So I'm wondering how that will work in the future.
We can certainly find that out. I don't have the answer to that question.
Councilor Tabor.
Just two thoughts on it, too. I remember with the Worth lot, we had to go back to city council meetings from the 1960s and interpret the intent of the council. And it was very valuable when we were having that deliberation that the minutes captured some of the discussion and the exchange of the land for some residual parking space guarantees, which set up that whole deliberation. So, you know, I think we need to bear in mind that future councils need to know the intent of some of these things. And the only other thought I have is minutes are searchable, and YouTube videos are hard to search. So, you know, as we get into an era of having artificial intelligence learn a body of knowledge, be it our minutes or something, the ability to be searchable is valuable.
We can certainly make strides to provide timestamps within the video recording. I know we've talked about that.
Yeah, I was going to bring up, did we ever get the answer for transcripts from the YouTube videos? Again, it's something that I've been able to access from state meetings. There's a little button up top, it clicks.
I know we asked the question, and I apologize. I don't know the answer, but we cannot do a transcript in the way that you're thinking. So what I think the compromise could be is a way to timestamp when the various items came up in the video recording.
Why? Yeah, I guess I do have a question on why don't. It is unique in that our city meeting or our city videos are unique in that they aren't able to be transcribed. like many other YouTube channels are. Is this a license issue that we have? Because I have a lot of concerns if we are moving to YouTube and a third party and we're not retaining these videos on site and we would not have access. Like, I mean, it's great to think that YouTube will last forever. Well, I don't want YouTube to last forever probably, but like the idea that it would is, it's hard to put our, official records in the cloud to a third party that we do not have ownership over.
Let us give you a report back at the next meeting.
Your Honor, I just went to our March 2nd meeting, and you can get a transcript.
Now you can.
Yeah, I think that's new, though.
Okay.
We'll provide a full report back if that is.
Feature offered on the third, it's still the thing, it's a new feature offered on the third party, YouTube could bring it back.
Sure, yeah.
But once, I don't know if I can do it again.
All right, we'll get a report back on that.
I've got a couple more quick ones if I can just get through them.
These are all
Guys, we'll just get through the last two.
In terms of outdoor dining, the portal opened last week, and as of this afternoon, a total of 6 applications have been received, and of note, there are no changes from last year on the requirements for outdoor dining. We've also attached in their packet a flyer promoting the draft master plan open house set for April 22nd at 6 p.m. at Community Campus. We will have a consultant and our staff there to share the draft plan and to take additional input. And requested by Councilor Tabor at the February 2nd meeting, please find attached the Human Resources Director's report back on existing vacancies and anticipated retirements. We will roll that into the upcoming budget conversations.
Thank you.
Excellent. Anything else? Just before we break, I would like to just commend the high school men's basketball team on a great run. Just a fantastic show, and it's tough to see that that team come up a little bit short, but know that a lot of those guys are back. Councilor Butler.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to inform the council, everybody, that the Cinema Ritrovato is happening March 26th to April 2nd. Mayor Sacchetti's coming over from Sant'Angelo, but UNH and Portsmouth have worked together, collaborated. So there'll be some films shown up at UNH. There'll be some shown here. I know they're showing the film on the North End. They're doing one at the press room, and they'll have a live band in the silent film, which I thought was cool. Yeah, but just a lot of fun things, art, cinema, but all collaborating with our Friendship City, Sant'Angelo.
We love it. Cool.
All right, Ciao Bella, as my daughter says. All right. Wait a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Hey, Portsmouth.